bitches.
Don't mind me just watching.
What's cracking, homies? Who all is here? Hi Yaku. Hi Hooded. Hi Brimy Stuff. We're doing a surprise Saturday stream because I didn't stream yesterday. Hi Despair. Did you guys have a good Friday? Are you having a good Saturday? Nabibos, hello Nabibos. You were surprised indeed? Hell yeah! That's what we're all about. Gotta keep you guys on your toes. Keep you guessing. No, not really. Not even remotely. Alright, so we're gonna have a bit of a yakety yak in the beginning of the stream. Very simply because it is load shedding. Y'all know the drill. I have a one screen. And I hate it here. I'm gonna pin this. Actually, I'll just unpin it myself. I'll probably remember. She says as she knows full well that she's going to forget. Anyway. You're hungover? You're super hungover? What does super hungover mean? Is that like when you drink and then... Hello, hi. Y'all got a face now. Not a real face, but close enough. I haven't been hungover in a very long time. Granted, I don't really drink, so that takes away a lot of the potential for hangovers, I guess. We get in the treadmills to power the stream. Yeah, you gonna? If we get enough hamsters on the treadmill, maybe I can have a second screen during load shedding streams. That would be nice. It's a hangover when my hangover is also hungover. Oh my god. Sounds like you made some questionable decisions there, Despair. Did you have a good time though?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. The motherfuckerest fucker that ever fucked.
What's poppin'?
What's poppin', daddy?
Don't mind me just watching.
You run for Natato. Oh shit. Stick that in your bio. People will be like, what the fuck does that even mean? We're doing marathons now for VTubers. When have I ever not made questionable decisions? Despair, you strike me as the person who struggles to make decisions. Thank you for the head pats. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Bramiester. I hope you're doing good, homie. Subathons are so last year. This year we do marathons. Oh shit. I feel like some people would disagree with that. For sure. I know I sure as hell wouldn't join a marathon. My ass is lazy as fuck. I would rather die. It's true, Mal. Me too. Even me, I would rather die. In fact, I probably would die if I tried to do a marathon. I would just die of death. You gotta go, Hooded. Oh, sorry, friend. I am going to be playing Genshin, though, but I hope you have a good evening. Take care of yourself. You're the opposite? Yeah, you're a super decisive person? Oh, you make decisions without thinking about it. Well, I guess that's the opposite direction, right? Impulsive. Might be back later. Yeah, no worries. Have a good evening. Bye, bye, bye. Die of death, exactly. Aruna! Hello, hello. How are you? Oh yeah, I just remembered now. Actually, Aruna, your presence is what alerted me to this. I shared a new VTuber program I wanted to take a look at. On the YouTubes? No, on the Tweeters. Because I'm a very forgetful person. So I retweet things and think, oh yes, I'll go back and look at this later. I never do, admittedly. It is the intention, however. Whoa, not to be used for illegal activities such as politics, religion, pornography, or violence. I think I'm fine then. Oh, I need VTube Studio to use it? I see. Okay. Anyway. I'm doing good, Aruna. How are you? Hi, Papa T. Yes, it's Big Me for now. We're just chatting a little bit, chatting shit, you know. How it be sometimes. You're impulsively a moron. Mood. Relatable as fuck. The VTuber program is cute. Alright. I've never used VTube Studio because I only had a Vroid before. And then this one, which has its own software. So like I didn't need another software. So I don't think I even have VTube Studio. I think I might have downloaded it once upon a time, but you know. That was a long ass time ago. I'm just gonna download that baby quick. Not that I can use it tonight, because I would need to restart shit, but it's okay. VTube Studio is easy to use, that's good to know. Your food is ready? No worries. If I don't fall asleep after I've eaten, I'll be back. Of course. Go enjoy your food. Bye 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 bye. Yeah, I don't have a 2D model. Whoops. Did I break things? No, we're good. I think I might have... You can get it on Steam, right? I think I downloaded it on Steam once upon a time. And then I was like, wait, I don't have a model. Why did I download this? Typical Tato. In typical Tato fashion, I done goofed. I think I downloaded it to look at the, like, the basic models it came with. Ah, yes, this game I finished in about an hour. There's a game called Zenko: A Fox's Tale. It was very short. But I think it was pretty fun. Let's see. VTube. I did download it once upon a time. It's fine, let's just reinstall it and see. We'll have a look, we'll fiddle around with it. Hi G Scully, how are you? I wish we could still host. Yeah, I still don't know why Twitch got rid of that. G Scully, I'm doing good though. How are you? Sorry, I don't know if I responded. I remember reading out your name. And then I don't know if I responded. I'm doing... Like, yesterday I had a pretty shitty day. But I'm actually feeling much better today. So... Why is there DLC to remove watermarks? What? My ears are so fluffy. I love them. This is like so far one of my favorite things to use because it was dead simple. I'm not even joking. Me, a complete idiot, I could use it. Wow. I still managed to break it somehow, but you know, it's fine. We're not gonna talk about that. I don't know what I did to it. What? There's a lot of like pop-up things being like, hey, this, and this, and I'm like, okay. But really, I don't care. You gotta go for now? No worries, no worries. Your emote for your stream got approved today? Just the bottle? That got approved? Because normally they don't allow, like, normally they don't allow, like, Sorry, my brain was buffering. Nay, Mao, it's not for later. My phone was beeping and I've already perceived the tea, so... What? Okay, hold on. I need to figure out... How do... Import your own model. Okay. Open folder. Please and thank you. Goddamn, I do not want to go and look for this. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, downloads. Let's say extract here. I think this should be fine. I don't know how this works exactly, but... Whoa, that's confusing. Okay. I have already perceived the tea, Mao. You can't just give me a half story like that and expect me to just be content. Please, sir, give me peace. Because right now I have no peace. I just have like a half-made cup of tea and I'm saying, hey, bro, me a stir. You throw a ball in my face. Come over here so I can fight you. I'm ready to fight. Let's go. Do I want... Is it this folder that I want? This one here? Oh! Okay, guys, I don't know. Maybe I can show you this, actually, now that I think about it. I'll just have to tab in, tab out to read. Fight? We gonna fight? Who am I fighting? Am I fighting you? Do you wanna fight? Do you wanna fucking go? Chotto matte. Is it showing two of me? Hit yo. Oh, it's not. I think it's... Oh, that's me. Okay, wait. I was looking at this one. Oh, I made myself dizzy. Whoa. Guys. The room is spinning. Don't perceive my changes because for whatever reason my hotkeys not working. It's okay. There. So there's this thing that I'm looking at. Three? Mao, please. Okay, so we can customize this somehow. This Japanese in front of it, I don't know what that means. Ah? Pudding? Pudding party? Oh! Nay, that is not good for the eyeballs. Wait, what? I just wanted to. Oh shit! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. How are you? I'm just looking at some things over here. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. This is very confusing. But welcome, Raiders. My name is Nato Tato, variety streamer from South Africa. I'm about to play some Genshin Impact in a little bit. For now, we're just chilling, just chatting shit, as we normally do. But for now, we're just doing it without playing a game in the background. I'm busy fucking around with some VTuber shit, so... But welcome, Tiff. Welcome, Mega Metat? I don't know if I read that correctly, but welcome. How was your stream, Tiff? What were you up to today? Let's do some shouty outies. Bam 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 bam. Down. Sorry guys, I'm very slow with shoutouts. My brain not work most days. It's beeping on my phone, so no worries, Mal. Let's see. Oh, Overwatch 2! I am doing well, Tiff. How are you? Overwatch pew-pews! Just a short and chill one. Did you pew-pew all the bitches in the ass? That's what you gotta do, right? Okay, there's a way to, like... to change. Oh. There's maybe fun things to do? Whoa! 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 What is this? Breathing, blinking? I'm definitely making that auto. I wanted to see, like... This looks like hectic customization for how your character, like, moves and stuff. This is tracking stuff? I've never used this program before, so I'm just having a look at it. I have no idea what that text is either. You did indeed? Oh, hell yeah. You saw the model on Twitter? Love the style, right? It looks very cute. So I want to try and set it up for myself, but I'm not gonna lie, this stuff's kind of confusing. Expression editor. There's a way to, like... to edit it, but goddamn, it's a little intense, not gonna lie. Oh, we definitely want English. I ain't changing that. But I'm not too sure. Customize model. Whoa, 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 whoa. Scene lighting. I don't know what this means, but that's fine. We'll see. We're just fucking around for now. I've never used this program. Okay, so what is this stuff? Huh? Maybe that's stuff that I can't actually see. There's just things that are called art mesh, and I don't know. Because everything is on... Okay, hold on. Bam, 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 bam. Customize multiple screen. I don't know what any of this means. One of these options is gonna let me customize the model, so I'll figure it out when I figure it out, I guess. This music's a little bit intense. It's not too loud, is it? Ah, okay. Oh? Wait. I don't know what any of these things are. Whoa! 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 Because there's just tons of... Nay, none of this is making sense. This is customized, but... I'm probably gonna break this thing. But it's cute because it's kind of like a sketch. Whoa, it's just the same thing over and over again. I'm so confused. I don't think I can fiddle with this right now because I feel like maybe I'm missing something. What is the... You know, there's probably a file in the thing that's like, read me, and I'm like, nope. Absolutely not. Well, okay, well that's in Japanese, so that doesn't help. Japanese or Chinese? I'm not sure now. It was posted on Bilibili, so... Okay. Besides the text scrolling past it, I'm unsure. I think I would have to fiddle around and see what actually works. Expression editor? Create new expressions? No. I don't think so. But I do know that you can have your phone basically be your camera for this app, which is pretty cool. So if you don't actually have a webcam, you can just use your phone for it instead. I am unsure. That's for scenes. This is also for scene. Oh, this is items? Interesting. Oh, they have a lot of things in here. Are these just standard things? Huh. Yeah, I'll have to figure out, because this bouncing text is driving me insane. My brain cannot brain seeing that. Release me. Okay. Ah! Guy. Let me... There we go. Alright. So, don't perceive me. My hotkey does not work. Hi Hassan! How are you? This music's not bad, but it just seems a little loud. Like a little... too much in my ear holes. The model's name is Mo-chan. There is a bit of a tutorial thing. I can check it out a bit later. Maybe that's something that I can do. Yeah, I'm doing alright. We are just chin-chillin' for the moment. Because it is load shedding now. So I didn't want to start anything and then my PC dies. I want to see if we can maybe look at some stupid shit on Reddit. There's a subreddit that I really enjoy called Stupid Food. So maybe we can look at some of that. Oh, why is it in... Oh, freaking... Who the heck uses light mode on anything? Please be serious. Marbles. Okay. Let's get this bit rolling. Where the frick frack knick knack tic tac paddywhack is my browser. There it is. We good? I found it. We good. Why is it... Oh my god. Give me peace. Sweet baby J. Okay, we're good. Alright, let me move my fat head again. Bam. Nope. That was glasses. This one. Oh, I done goofed, guys. I pressed the wrong button. Ah! This is fine. One screen. Kill me now. Okay. You spent a long while reading people's stories on Reddit, but you stopped? Yeah, I think there's too much stupid shit on Reddit. People do really... You hate this. Would I believe your eyes, Hassan? Would I believe your eyes? Or nah? Alright, bam, 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 bam. Can I make this any bigger? That's a bit better. Maybe like so. 150. You would never believe someone's eyes. Hi, poor Mighty. How are you? We are just casually wasting some time before we start Genshin. So we're gonna take a look at some stupid food. This one's actually pretty funny. I watched this one earlier. I should know how loud it's gonna be.
I know you're in your kitchen like, oh my god, today I'm gonna make like the best hummus ever.
Wait, let me turn off the music.
Rebecca, don't do it. Don't put the chocolate in the hummus. It is not culturally appropriate. Don't play with the food. Please keep it alone. Walmart, f you.
Okay, hold on. I don't know.
I know you're in your kitchen like, oh my god, today I'm gonna make like the best.
Does this sound okay?
Don't, Rebecca, don't do it. Don't put the chocolate in the hummus. It is not culturally appropriate. Don't play with the food, please.
This is a crime.
Walmart, f you.
Do you know this guy, Hassan? Or can you just recognize, like, does he sound like he's from Jordan? Also, thank you for the onigiris. Have you been waiting for the VTubers so you could throw, you could throw the onigiris? The red one is it? Oh, that's very interesting. I would not have known that, but maybe now I'll see it. This is an advert. Cool. Okay, guys, I don't like tomatoes. This is not a secret. This is not something new. This is not something people don't know about me. I do not like tomatoes. And this is just a whole ass tomato on a plate with some cheese stuffed in there. A herb. I want to be very generous and say a herb dressing and not just straight up herbs thrown on there. But please be serious. What is this supposed to be? I'm just gonna put the music on, but a bit softer. I just want soft lalas in the background. This seems a bit loud still. How can you be so loud? Just the soft lalas in the background. That's a bit better. I think that's soft enough. I just want a little bit of something to break the silence when I'm trying to string a sentence together. Ew, tomatoes! You're in the same boat. What do you not like about tomatoes, Tiff? For me, it's the firm exterior texture, the firm skin, the firm flesh, and then there's just, in the center, there's just straight up boogers. It's nasty. I love cooked tomatoes though, because it all becomes the same texture. Soft. Bro, this music, can you calm down? Google fucked up once and they said the headscarf is bad for people. Oh my goodness. It's the texture that puts you off? Yeah. Where's onigiri? It's on the screen. You can't see it? It's at the bottom. Like here. It's there. Onigiri is better than onichan? I mean... yeah, sure. Let's say that. There's more onigiri, in case you didn't see the first batch. You can move them with your head. I have to, because everyone keeps covering my UID. And by everyone, I mean Dan. Yo, Habibi, please speak to him. He keeps covering my UID. The animal. Tips joining the onigiri squad. Anyway, this is disgusting and you would have to pay me a lot of money to eat that. Not gonna lie. Oh. Okay. Ray and I watched this earlier. It's kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of very weird. I don't know if you guys want to watch it. It's like quite a long video. It's like 5 minutes. Again, I can press play. And then you can make a decision. Oh, that's so loud. Bro. That is also a cow's stomach, by the way. The sound effects. So he's busy cooking cow pats, essentially. Cow poops. Taking a big ol' whiff. Truly a different culture. Eggplants, hell yeah! Do you like eggplant, Hassan? I love eggplant. Not so much a fan of the tomatoes, but you know. If you cook eggplants well, they're really good. Uh-oh, fun fact you learned from university, yes. If it's not a fun fact, can I get my money back? Smoked Asian food can cause stomach cancer? Wait, why? Is it what they're smoking it with? And how would you ask someone if they have stomach cancer? You'd be like, yo, you been eating any this stuff? So this to me is like bread and what looks like a soup, I guess. Like, I understand the concept, but I don't know how I feel about roasting it on cow poop. This, however, it was written in the book. I mean, fair. Man's puts his feet in the water with the fish. They're supposedly live. I mean, they're wiggling around. You didn't check the explanation? I mean, fair. I don't know what this man is doing to these fish. They look like they're still alive. Possibly not so, once whatever he did just now was fine. Yeah, feet fish? Yeah, that I don't get. The feet in with the fish I didn't understand. But you know what? Maybe it's not for me to understand. As I have no intention of eating. More tomatoes. They are good for you. Double it and give it to the next person. Double the feet fish, give it to the next person. Yes. Last time you ate fish, you broke your tooth? What the heck? How? Was it just not prepared well? So this is his feet fish that he's now throwing into this broth. I don't care how well you cook those fish. Those were still feet fish. It was an unnecessary step to put your feet in with the fish, I think. It's still broken? Oh, Hassan. It's not causing you pain, is it? See, I guess that depends. Do you like foot-flavored things? Loverboy, do you like foot-flavored things? Maybe don't answer that question. Never mind. I changed my mind. I don't want to know. You accidentally... Oh! You bit the bone? Damn. How tough is a fish bone? There's all kinds of... Since I can't read this, there's all kinds of mystery liquids going in here. Because obviously I can't read it. Don't die. I agree. Please don't die, Hassan. He's studying to become a doctor. I need him to take care of me when I'm old and falling apart, which is now, so... This Genshin cutscene looks interesting. I heard it. Tate bayo! Oh my god. We're watching stupid food for now, Hooded, because I am worried about my inverter cutting out, so... Roblox getting more realistic. Do people cook it? Oh, what the hammer? Bro. You could not pay me enough. Does the hammer add some flavor, some nutrients? What do we get out of us? I should message her. No. Let's not watch this again. Thank you very much, though. Much appreciated. And this one? BuzzFeed needs to be fucking silenced for the remainder of humanity's occupation of this godforsaken hell rock. That is actually disgusting. Hamster wheel for power? Yeah, I had someone earlier who said they would run for me, so I have power. So, I've got one hamster. I need a couple more hamsters, I think. This is disgusting. Stop it. Was the fart necessary? What fart? Oh my god. Is a cat gonna fart? What the hell? What? Pardon? Nay, bro. Okay, I love corn though, so... Listen, all I'm gonna say is that some people have more time on their hands than they should have. What is he drinking? Listen, it started out as aloe, and I don't know what the fuck it became. But a hammer was used to stir it, and I was like, nah, son. I heard scientists are looking into turning stress into electricity. Oh my god, I could power the whole country. I could power the whole country. I'd be fine. Bro's immortal. Come play Valorant. Truly, these videos are very silly. Oh, lovely. My 10-year-old's birthday party is tomorrow, and she's cat obsessed. She wanted a litter box cake. Vanilla cake was raspberry and light coconut icing, graham cracker crumbs, and chocolate logs on top. Listen, if I was at a party as a kid, and this was the cake, I walk in, I walk out. Goodbye. Okay, this was disgusting. I watched this earlier as well. Should we watch it? It's pretty gross. English people should not be allowed in the kitchen.
Energy saving burgers. First, we'll chop an onion.
Maybe he's Scottish.
Some salt,
Let's say people from the British Isles.
some pepper,
None of this. Please and thank you.
and a wee oxo cube.
You can always take the test again. No ways.
We'll just be placing the burgers.
Why do I have full days of class on a Saturday? You have class on a Saturday? I feel like we've had this discussion already.
Half a glass of water. Put this into the kettle.
Mans is cooking
Now,
fucking burger patties in a
bun.
fucking kettle. I'm gonna be homeless. You can come live with me in my chicken box. Oh damn, you living it up. You got chicken box? Not a cobble box?
Some tomato sauce.
Tomato sauce?
Then we'll spice it up a wee bit. Couple of jalapenos.
Chicken butt? Ugh. You put all it.
Yes, here we go.
Kettle patties. I don't think this is what it means to be kettle cooked, though, to be fair. I think that was, he raw dogging it. He's just sticking his hand in that that packet of boiling liquid. You got LEDs in this box.
Another burger.
Asa. Oh, what the heck, man?
More onions. Oh. And some more cheese.
Neighbor.
There we go.
There we go.
Perfect. Well, it would be perfect, but it's upside down. And that, my friends, is the energy saving burger.
What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Yoda.
So here's an
Yoda. This man's lurking
here's
here.
another life hack. Energy saving
Oh no, we're not
burger.
watching this again.
First,
Burger.
chop an onion.
Nay, thank you. I appreciate it. Yoda's busy streaming. This motherfucker come here lurking. Unbelievable. Anyway. 2 rand? No. Lover boy, I don't know if you're a time traveler or something, but 2 rand that's not cut it anymore. 2 rand. Inflation, man. Inflation. 2 rand doesn't cut it. It's 5 rand or bust. What you gonna buy with 2 rand? Can you even buy a chappy with 2 rand? Please be serious. Even your poverty has poverty. What's 2 rand gonna buy? I was looking at bread the other day. You can't even buy bread is so expensive. I was like, what the fuck? Knickknacks for 2 rand. Where? Sorry, Ray came and showed me he's in the Master League for Pokemon PvPs. You also look at bread sometimes? Man, did I not finish my sentence? I was looking at the price of bread and it's fucking expensive. Hi everybody, I'm Confusion. Why are you Confusion? 2 rand. 2 rand is nothing. 2 rand is fuck all. Let me have a look for you. Let me Google that for you, in fact. 2 rand is just under 10. How do you pronounce your currency? Is it rupee? It's just under 10. You can buy fuck all with the 2 rand. Then why is KFC asking for 2 rand? I don't know, man. Maybe you should ask them. Ask them, not me. What can you get with 24 rand? Let me Google. What can you get for 2 rand? For 24 rand? Probably not much, to be fair. If I open, is there like a, can I look at like, cause there's like, you can buy like candies and chocolates and maybe like chips. You can buy 2 cans of baked beans for 25 rand. In fact, you know what? Let me, we're gonna look at the price of food. Where's this browser now? Oh, it is over here. Can I put this here and will it show up? Oh, it won't. Okay, hold on. We're gonna make like so. Why are we looking at the price of things, guys? Please be serious. Please be serious. 3 bompies and a pie? Wait, what's a bompy? I don't know what that is. What beans? Baked beans. It was just the special that was on like the front page. But look at the bread. Sasco. Why is it so expensive? Pick and Pay is a good baseline? Maybe. I shop at Checkers. So I'm just used to Checkers. Pick and Pay. Do they have a website? Because their fucking delivery service is trash. So I don't use them. I'll just die. It's cheaper. It is. It is, man. It is. But you need to explain. What's a bompy? I don't know this word. Bompies. It sounds cute, whatever it is. Okay. You can't even buy a 5-pack of noodles. It's 35 rand. Shit, man. Shit's expensive. You're in pain? Fuck you. You can buy baby wipes. No, wait, you can't. It's 24 rand. What are we buying for 24 rand? Listen, you could probably make a really good budget meal. You would just have to be very selective with what you're buying. You could maybe buy, let's see. How much do eggs cost? Eggs, I think eggs are quite expensive. Futsak, you value my privacy. Leave me alone then. Give me peace. Eggs are cock expensive. See, even this, a 6-pack of eggs is like 18 rand. I was gonna say, if you buy eggs, a box of eggs, you buy, like, I'm not even joking, instant noodles. This is like student food. Okay, that's 35. It's expensive. You can buy 1 pack. If you buy 1 packet Durban curry, it's 7 rand. But then you can't buy extras. You can't buy anything with it. Also, hi Diamond Llama. How are you? Are you gonna get some Simba chippies? Why? I'm not paying for the funeral. You're not gonna have a funeral? Gotta buy some sussy expired stuff. We're not allowed to buy expired stuff here. It's like against the law or some shit. Don't ask questions about where it comes from kind of ingredients. You're not dead until the SARS says you're dead. I mean, they can keep sending mail. None of my family is in contact with me, so I don't know where it's gonna go. They're gonna be like, to the morgue. Woolies, day old stuff, I'm there. How the fuck do you get day old stuff from Woolies? Do you have to know someone to be able to get that stuff? Oh, the chicken flavor is more expensive. Why? What's different? Hmm? Oh, this is Kellogg's. That's why. Okay, that makes way more sense then. I don't know what Kellogg's noodles are like, but they're cheaper than Maggie, so you know. Are you gonna make a sacrifice or not? Airtime is expensive in hell, so them is just not SMS. Do we have Indomie here? Because I have never seen it. I have never. But people talk about it all the time, and I'm just like, what? I think the power's back. No, it's not. No, we're good. Anyway, shit's expensive. It's expensive to live. Can't even buy noodles. Cannot even buy noodles. If you do buy noodles, you gotta buy like plain ass noodles, ain't putting nothing in. There's Boerewors flavored noodles even. Disgusting. But yes, it's expensive to live. And we're not watching that fucking video again. Goddamn. Thank you for onigiris. Daman Lama, how are you? Did you answer? Did I ask? Are you good, homie? So no one has told me what a bumpy is yet. Now I'm afraid to ask even. Ordered a ham pizza and this absolute fucking monstrosity showed up. It's like Kirby ate a pizza and it transformed. No! Disgusting. Simple mayo and cucumber pasta. Oh. Neighbor. Oh! Oh! This looks like something Mao would eat. All that cucumber. Oh, it's like raw. Bunny lick? Iced lolly in the green packet. Oh, those are called bompies? What? I think we just called it, when I was younger, we just called them juicies or something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. An icy maybe? Either a juicy or an icy, I guess depended on the consistency. If it was proper frozen or if it was kind of like slushy. But I know what you're talking about. Do those still exist? Can you still buy those? Because I fucking loved that shit. Those were refreshing as hell. But I don't think I've ever heard the word bumpy before. Also, Llama, I'm doing good. We're just chilling at the moment, talking shit. Talking smack. You wouldn't because there's mayo. You don't like mayo? Little Koofoot. I don't know if I read that correctly. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Hello, hello.
Excuse me.
Whoa! I love a boy. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse to you as well. Mayo nasty. You don't like mayo? Those ice lollies make you cough like a toddler. What do you mean cough like a toddler? How do toddlers cough? What do you mean? Make it make sense. Also, hi Luna! Hello, hello! How are you? Are you doing good? Mao, 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 Mao! What do you have against mayo? Mayonnaise. They're allergic to tartracine. No, man. The shit that we used to eat and or drink growing up was like hella fucked up, man. Now we've got what? Now we've got like, what is it called? The microplastics. And I'm just like, well, fuck it. I guess I'm gonna die. I guess I'm just gonna die. Having all kinds of crap in my body. You're good? But you had no sleep? Is it just the... Do you have... I can't word. You have problems with sleeping, Luna? What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Toto. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well. When you rap the whole verse, so you gotta use your mayo nasal spray to calm yourself. No! Cease! Also, sorry, Luna. Words are very difficult at the best of times. You just not sleeping well? Or things keeping you busy? I just struggle to sleep. And then I wake up really early. I'm like, well, we're here now. So, 4 hours, let's go. It's okay. Fozzie is awake when I should be asleep. So you haven't been sleeping for a few days? Oh my god. But listen, if you continue on this track, at some point you're just never going to be able to speak to Fozzie again. So consider that for a moment, if you will. That you gotta sleep sometime. We're fine. We're fine, Llama. We're fine. This is fine. We're all fine. True, but no. No, 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 Luna. No ifs, buts, or coconuts. You need to sleep. Please be serious for a moment. No buts. The only but here is you. Go to sleep. Unless, of course, you're having trouble sleeping, and then definitely go see a professional to get help. But you know, if it is a choice, go sleep. Anyway. This is fine. You know, I'm a person who doesn't sleep well themselves. We're not watching that again, thank you very much. NyQuil Vienna sausage. What's in the unheavenly? Let's not. Let us not even ask questions. Let us move on. Not the NyQuil. That's what you need. Just, I want you, Luna, I want you to just chug this entire jar. Sausage and all. Just chug it. Don't chew, just swallow. It's okay. Anyway. Ham, pickles, and chocolates. This is your friend. Maybe you should stop being friends with them. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Don't know me. What the fuck? Sushi? Sushi cup? Nay. Nay. Say it ain't so. I wouldn't even eat sushi normally. In a cup? The texture? Nay. Listen, if you filled that whole cup with rice, I would eat it, no problem. But you put the cheese, the cheese? You put the fish in there? No, thank you. It was a cup of sushi, man. You don't want it? What the fuck is this? Garlic bread and meatball sub? I mean... Okay, never mind, it just got gross. Mans is not wearing gloves. He's just whole hamming. Listen, I can't cope with... At home, I don't care. If he's home cooking, then it's fine. Whatever, you know, not my business if you're gonna have your dirty mitts all over the food. Okay, it is looking a bit more like a home kitchen. If that was in a commercial kitchen, ooh, no, 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 no. Ooh. No, this just doesn't look fun to eat. People make these things just to be sensational. And here we are watching it on stupid food, because that's exactly what the fuck it is. Goddamn. Thanks for the Loki's hooded. Back to the trash I go. You'll be sleeping later? That's good. You have a little bit of work? Aw, man. If you don't mind me asking, Luna, what time zone? You must be in America, right? If you and Fozzie have got a big time difference like that. Psst. Psst, Luna, psst. That's a thick sandwich? No. Hassan, this is disgusting. This is supposed to be like garlic bread. Ugh. Look at it. Would you eat that, Hassan? Can you tell me with all seriousness? PST time zone? I know, I was just being a little shit. Because whenever people write PSD, I'm like, psst. Yes? I was asking what your time zone is, not for a secret. Why you psst me? It's dumb, but I like it. You would eat it? Nay. I'm good, thanks. I'd watch someone try and eat this, but it looks annoying to eat, man. It looks messy. I love garlic bread, don't get me wrong, but this looks kind of gross. Disgusting thick sandwich. It's like a meatloaf. I mean, you're very right in the fact that they used a loaf and they used meat, but I don't know, man. It just looks like too much of everything. Consistency of a brick. But possibly a very moist brick. No, thank you. Okay, this is just a Bloody Mary, apparently. There's a sandwich, there's fried chicken, there's a pizza, there's a packet of fries in the back. There's pickles, olives, and another fucking Bloody Mary. I can't tell what this is. Onion rings, maybe? It looks like a jalapeno and a lime. This looks very gross. This also looks impossible to consume because... What, do you have to eat all the food? Sounds like what an American would make. Well, I don't know if you knew this, but Reddit belongs to America, so if you're viewing it from another country, then fuck you. Is basically what people say on Reddit anyway, so... Bring to a funeral. Why are they planning to die with the person who died? They're planning to die then and there. Just consume this monstrosity and then die. This one is just a salad, but I'm a little bit confused. I feel like I don't actually know what a Caesar salad is because this is lettuce, a piece of bread, and question mark fish. I'm assuming that's the fish, but I can't say for sure. Kinda weird, man. This is just a cup of water with whipped cream on it. For Jeff. Oh. For Jeff. Yeah. Oh, it's just the dressing, so you could put the dressing on anything. Mince and milk? Oh. What a waste. Why is there a weight there? What looks like a test paper? Your router? Question mark. I have so many questions, but I don't know if I want the answers. Nay. Nay. This is a donut. It looks like someone spunked on it, first of all, but look how dirty his nail is. Can I enhance? Can I make this big? You know what? I was trying to make it bigger. Chatto mate. I just go this side. We make it simple. Make it simple. Make it easy breezies, caviteesies. Look at this man's nail. Nay, son. It's yummy. Having a donut that someone spunked on? No, I'm just asking, Luna. But the man's nail is like black. I don't know, man. This looks like a hell of a monstrosity. It looks yucky, but it is good. Okay. Well, now we know that Luna likes donuts that have been spunked on, so that's cool. Oreo flavored Oreos. Because normal Oreos were not good enough. Were not Oreo flavored enough. They put the Oreo in the Oreo to make it the most Oreo. Cool. Not sure I understand how it can taste more Oreo, but you know, it's okay. Oh, this game! I was playing this game. It's very cool. Huh? Yeah, look, it's just there's bits of Oreo in the cream. That's all I could see that was different. What is this? Full English pizza? Oh no. Nay, brew. Oh. I've zoomed in too much. We need to go back so we can actually view things nicely. What? American foods are getting out of control. Listen, the English aren't doing much better. Yeah. I don't know, man. Something about putting egg on things that it shouldn't be on. Pizza being one of them. Oh, speaking of pizza. Pizza and cookies. I don't know if you're not I feel like the cookies are not supposed to go on the pizza. English brekkie over Nay. Nay, it's gross, man. I think the both of them, the US and the UK, got some questionable foods. Very grey looking meats, under-seasoned. You may live in the USA, but you're an American. You're Korean. Hell yeah. Reject that part. Just be like, nah, I refuse. Brie over barbecue, but Korean barbecue overall. I haven't had Korean barbecue before. I wanna. Because everyone keeps talking about it. Oh, $35 bacon cheeseburger. 7 patties? Why'd you say 1 plus 6? 7, you... Wusa. This is not even edible. Also, where's the bacon? It says a bacon cheeseburger. They literally just put all the cheese at the top. Oh, fuck the bacon. I don't know where it's supposed to be in here. And it's just straight up beef. Leftovers were refrigerated and not wasted. Yeah, good. Okay, this is blurred, so I'm not going to unblur that. I do not want to know what that is. Half Korean, half American. I think you did mention that the last time you were here, Luna. You refused to admit that you're American. You just deny that part. You're like, nah, son. Nah, it's not me. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Don't worry, I'm very selective with my nationality as well. Because I'm technically British. But I was born in South Africa, so... What is this supposed to be? Mexican? Oven sausage. I'm Mexican and I don't think this is a traditional Mexican dish. What was that? Is that lightning? Shit. I have no idea what this is, but it's an abomination. America has great things like... Listen. No, listen. America does have good things. There's good people that come out of America, okay? Be nice. There's very nice people that come out of America. I don't know about the rest. The rest of the things out of America. But there's some very nice people. Luna, you're excluded from the list because you're not American, yeah? Cottage cheese, buffalo chicken. What is buffalo chicken? I need to know. Toasted Hawaiian sweet rolls. Mickey Mouse goldfish? What the f... Nay, brew. This is American. No diggity, no doubts. Listen, okay, so... This could be good. But this is like a I'm tired, I don't give a fuck meal. Right? Korea has great things like skincare, Korean barbecue, KFC, and better foods, and people than America. Oh! I don't know. I'm friends with some American people. They're very nice. So I'll take all of those people out of America. Don't put them in my country, because my country's shit. But I'll put it somewhere else. Yeah. And then, yeah. Then we don't have to say good things come out of America. There's only bad things. Leave all the bad things there. Put a big wall around it and leave them in there. You're excluded from that. You're excluding yourself from the list? You're not a nice person, Luna? Is that what you're telling me? You're not a nice person? Buffalo chicken's kind of hard? Wait, what do you mean hard? Like firm? Because whenever someone says buffalo wings, I just imagine a buffalo with teeny tiny little wings. Like chicken wing sized. And I'm just like, what? I know that's not what they are, but I can't get that image out of my mind. It's dumb. Korean are more welcoming than most Americans. As a person who has not traveled to Korea or America, I wouldn't know. But I'm gonna take your word for it. Korean fried chicken? Oh, I need to travel, guys. I'm stuck in a shithole country. That's far away from everything. Huh? Fried chocolate sandwich, but you ran out of it, so you used blueberry candy? Nay, brew. Oh, God. It's good? Buffalo? But what is buffalo chicken, even? Why everything fried? I know we like the crunch, but eat a damn carrot then, man. Oh my. Okay, I think this could be good if you didn't just throw random candies in there and it's maybe like a treat kind of thing. Nothing says romance like candlelit butter. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this does look kind of nice. Melty butter with the bread. But I wouldn't make it myself because I'm a lazy bitch. No, thank you. Ew. No, I think it could be good. It would just have like crumbs in it, so it wouldn't be usable afterwards. It's like, I don't think I'd make a candle that's an entire fucking cup like that. That's too much. Make a small candle, you know? What did I walk into? We're looking at stupid food, Puppety. We're looking at very stupid food. But look at that, melty butter. That would have to be something that you share with, like, a group of people. This is not for a candlelit dinner between you and your boo. What is this? This is just an entire video of stupid food? Or what? You can just melt butter? You could! Or you could be a fancy bitch and make a candle out of it. I guess it depends how much effort you're in. This is almost 12 minutes. 12 minutes of garbungos? Is this just all kinds of bad food?
Cuisine, chicken nugget and mac and cheese wrap.
Nay, brew.
Is the wrap fried? Bleh, bleh. That is gross. Why this?
Okay, this is some guy's commentary. I'm giving commentary. I don't need you to give commentary as well, mate. What? Is it anybody's birthday soon? Do you want an eye cake? Butter deep fried is yummy. Only eat it once in your life. Yeah, you'd probably die. You would probably die if you ate deep fried butter. Prime Minister, no! Oh, man. Waste some more time. I mean, yeah, some people have too much time on their hands. Some people don't have enough time on their hands. Guys on social media cooking a steak. It's true, it's true. You? Wait, you have too much time or you don't have enough time? Because you don't sleep enough, so I'm gonna say you don't have enough time. Pumpkin spice. Nay. Pumpkin spice. Noodles. Y'all taking it too far. Fusion cuisine my ass. No thank you. Bacon, egg and cheese sandwich? Okay. Listen, if I were tired, if I were hungover, and I had some boiled eggs in the fridge, yes, I would eat this. You're still alive? You ate it? You still alive? Damn. Strong like bull, Prime Minister. Strong like bull. You spend most of your time on Genshin. You have 3 AR60 accounts. 155 and 150? Damn. That's mad shit. Is that why you aren't sleeping? You're too busy grinding? Grindmaster. What is this? Scrape it off the countertop? Oh no, I hate these kinds of things. Did you guys see that trend a while ago? Where the parents would just like throw a whole bunch of pasta on the table? And then they throw the sauce in their meatballs. Oh. And everyone is breathing over this, and their hair is falling onto it. And oh, I hope they all wash their hands. Talking to Fozzie. You better be playing Genshin with Fozzie. Just gonna say. Hi, Vitrix! Hello. Sorry, we're watching stupid food. I'm just sitting here complaining about gross looking food. What the? Cool. A cheesecake milkshake. How you doing, V? How was Imagine Dragons? This very simply looks nice. However, I feel like eating it would be a complete clusterfuck. And if there isn't a spare plate somewhere else, then I would hate this. You're on low energy mode? Oh. You had an amazing time though? That's good. You are Luna. I'm not reading that out loud. I know what you meant. I'm just gonna continue. Pasta shells filled with my favorite things for supper. Peanut butter. Cheese spread with chives. Paprika cheese spread. Chicken paste. Nay. The ketchup one's very stark contrast in color. Natural colorants only, of course. That looks nasty. Whatever you thought, I'm not that dirty. I'm sorry, I am. I'm sorry. Oh. You get a lookies. Oh, have a lovely, restful evening, V. Always good to see you. He doesn't play Genshin when you hop on? Oh, man. Is he sleeping? That's why. That's why you're awake all the time. Because you're either talking to Fozzie or you're on that grind. On that Genshin grind. No time to sleep. Only Genshins. This is nasty though. Moving swiftly along. Hot sauce tuna mac. Okay, I'm gonna be honest though. I do like to use tuna with mac and cheese. We just call it a tuna bake though. But it's the same thing. Same but different. And it might seem like a weird combination, but people really do like it. And I don't know why. I don't know where I learned how to make it. He's busy watching anime. Do you watch anime? What is this? Soda and Oreo fried egg bread. Oh. Christ on a cracker. Okay, no, this is fine, guys. This is okay. I don't know what any of this is supposed to mean, but you know. Soda and Oreo fried egg bread. I want it to be free. I don't want this. Okay, it's fine. We make like so. And then press play. Make him own life difficult here. Oh, the power is back. Wait. Is it really? Did I just not notice it come back on? Lol. We can play Genshin now. Oh god. The video is still going. Ooh. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, you do? What kind of stuff do you like watching? Why did my mouth stop moving? Ah! Okay. The program has a wobble every time. But it is most definitely a me problem. Oh, and it's done the other thing as well. God damn it. Oh! Okay, no, we're good. Spy Family! Oh man, I haven't actually watched the new stuff. Because the second season started airing a while ago. This just seems like a lot of not complementary flavors going together, I'm not gonna lie. Like, just stop here. Just stop here. This is fine. No need to continue. Unless the Oreo has already gone in which case it's too late. Oh! So, please. Just threw the food everywhere. No! Not the raw onion! Ah! More onion? Oh. Say it ain't so. I don't like raw onion. I'm still wounded that he threw that egg everywhere. You gonna watch Ghibli movies? Ah! No, not the Oreos! Listen, this is stupid food. This looked perfectly fine until you added the Oreos. Now it's just questionable. What do the Oreos add to this that couldn't be added by literally anything else? Okay, enough of this. Let's play some Genshin, man. This is fine. The thought of someone crushing Oreos with their bare hands is super gross. Jargon, you should have seen earlier. Wait, in fact, let me scroll for you. There was a man with a essentially fingernail so dirty it was black. Wait, there. You eating with this hand. No idea why everywhere doesn't require gloves, right? Anyway. Spunked out donut. You gonna lurkies? No worries, Luna. Go get some sleep. We already had this talk. Go sleep. We're not having this talk anymore. Go sleep. Take a nap. In any case, I'm switching to Genshin now. Because I too am grossed out. That last one just did not sit well with me. What? Oh, that's when we were looking at checkers. For reasons unknown, we were looking at the price of things. Sleep is for the weak? Listen. Luna, at some point you are going to be the weak one who needs the sleep, so just fucking do it, man. Go sleep. Go to sleep. Be weak. We're all weak sometimes. Where is my game? There it is. Ito's your baby? He's my baby also. We share baby. He's both of our babies. Gonna have the long sleep after you no longer want to be alive. You are done with being in this world. This is your 4th day of no sleep. Oh my god. Like that clip of Jargon? Yes, go the fuck to sleep. Get the fuck out of here and go to sleep. Also, hi Kai. C6, R5. Yeah, you told me that last time you... I know you sleep deprived, Luna, but you told me that when you were here last time. Mine is C6, but he's not R5. He's only R1 because I am poor. I'm doing okay, Kai. How are you? It's good to see you. I haven't had much electricity lately, which has been wearing away at my mental health. So, I haven't been able to catch streams in a while. It is apparent, excuse me. Oh wait, that Luna is a menace. This is also true. I thought you meant my mental health being worn away. Because that's also apparent. Anyway. Ah! I think you can kill someone after like 3 days and claim insanity. Wait, really? Don't be saying that to Luna. Not as much as the raccoon himself. Definitely. No one is as much of a menace as Fozzie. That's the true. Okay, I need to do this fucking event. I just don't really understand what I need to do for it, to be fair. I'm just gonna... We don't need to have the music's playing. And y'all don't need to see who I'm looking for. This is fine. Not too bad. That sucks. They actually finally started reporting that on the news over here. Really? The whole world's gonna know that our country's fucking useless. You found a person who made a raccoon singing CPR. Wait, has Fozzie done that yet? You gonna get it today? Mad lad, truly. Well and truly mad. Okay, okay, so... Man, I have stuff to do. And here I am, wasting oxygen. Okay. Let us... Let us. It is go somewhere over here. There it is. I remember there was a flower. You have Ito and a raccoon. Oh my god, that sounds adorable. I want to see that. But also just curious about the Ito tattoo. I have no tattoos. I just have piercings. And I want more piercings, but I don't want the drama that comes with fucking cartilage tattoo. Cartilage piercings anymore. That shit's tiring, man. They're very dramatic. Ain't no part of your body more dramatic than your cartilage. It's big drama. Did y'all do your bosses already? I'm already lost when we don't do them on Wednesdays. Oh, I'm sorry. Did we not do it on Wednesday? You can teleport to the door, can you? Fuck. Well, I'm not very smart, so this makes sense. But thank you, Luna. Did we not do bosses? Did I not play on Wednesday? Did we just straight up forget? Also, hi, Speedy! How are you? You didn't stream on Wednesday? Whoops. Whoops. We didn't... Oh. Does anyone want to do boss kills? Anyone want to do boss kills? The bosses? I didn't stream Wednesday, I didn't stream Friday. This has been a very difficult week. Oh, my neck. I'm sorry about pizza, but you're gonna have to give me minutes. Joggin, shall we go pa 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 pa? The boss is quick. Does anybody want pa 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 the boss? You very simply have to be world level 8 and online and Lily. World level 8 and EU. That's all. That's the only requirements if anyone needs to kill bosses. In your friend list, Fozzie is called my raccoon. Oh! That's so cute, man. You're decidedly not online, but I can be quick. Can you be quicker than Mau Mau, though? Can you be quicker than Mau Mau? Let's have a race to see who's faster. Fast as fuck, boy! Because we either doing baby runs or we doing big boy runs. I had someone add me the other day, but no one ever, like, warns me before adding, so I just reject. I'm just like, I don't know who this is. Bye! More sunglasses? You want me to wear the sunglasses, Aura? Also, hi, Aura. Are you good, homie? Took me 3 AR60 accounts and a newbie player to tell me that I can rename my friends. I simply accidentally found out the one day. It was a complete mistake. I was like, you can nickname people? And I went and nicknamed a bunch of them. I have some people who don't have nicknames. Like this person. I don't know who this is. Their name is like Armor. This person, that's what I would call them anyway. They are named Peanut, Lily. A lot of people have names that I already know. Like Fozzie is simply Fozzie, wherever he is. There he is. The one in Oni Wakun. And then... yeah. The only people I've renamed are people who might change their name. Or if it's just someone I know, and their name is very different. Whoa! Joggin won the race. You don't play on EU? You know what I say to that, Luna? EU! Why not? Now we can't be friends in Genshin? You should feel bad. Sorry, we're in the middle of the desert jogging. Who we fighting? Who we fighting? Who we fighting? Where we fighting? Are we fighting this way? Signora, Raiden, and... Redacted. Time to start a new account. Luna, you're not sleeping anyway, yeah? Let's go! No, I'm joking. Go sleep. Anyone can be quicker than Mao? I don't have an SSD. Okay, that's fair. South Africans have a tendency to wear sunglasses indoors at night. So yes, please, sunglasses. Okay, is it this one? There we go. I think, yeah. It helps never shut down the PC. That is also true. Jargon leaves his PC on. I once caught him. It was, what time was it? It was fucking early for me to be awake. And then I saw Jargon was awake. I was like, why the fuck are you awake? He was not awake. He replied several hours later. And he was like, no, I wasn't playing Genshin. And I'm like, but your computer said you were. And he's like, oh shit. Speedy! You said you're doing good, friend. I don't know what I'm doing, Jargon. Just do not perceive me. Small legs. You have an Asia account, Hong Kong, one American account, and one EU 10 AR account? Well, you better pump up them rookie numbers, Luna. No, I'm joking. Don't. Please go to sleep. We don't have electricity on a regular basis. Ah, that is also true. We cannot make use of that. Because it would not work. I did not consider. We don't have electricity. Imagine. Imagine forgetting. Oh, Luna! I'm sorry. You're poor. You have 55. But thank you. I'm sorry. You think I'm gonna use channel points for that? I'm not crying. What characters are we taking? I think this is fine. Whoa! Pixu! Thank you. Luna, this is a sign to go to sleep. Oh my god. Luna, no, I'm sorry. But go to sleep at the same time. Go to sleep. Whoa, guys, my scuffed Raiden does damage. Imagine. She has got the shittiest shit on her, but she still did something there. I don't know what she did, but she did something, you know. She did okay. That's what she did. She did okay. She did a job. It might not have been a good job, but she did it all the same. Ow! She doing her best, man. No! Why am I using the character with short legs? Please be serious for like a second. Oh, you gonna watch more? You gotta get them Loki numbers up. That's where the true points lie, in the lurks. Jargon is like carrying this single-handedly because I'm fucking around. What? I'm cold as fuck, man. Anyway. Whoa! She baking my buns over here. Girly, please relax. Please don't move! You chocolate covered fuck! Okay, she didn't move, we're good. Okay, she moved now. Cunt. Actual cunt. Piece of shit! I hate this. I hate this boss so much. You bitch! You bitch! Nasty. Sleep is for the weak. I ain't sleeping for a while. Oh no. You'll sleep in 9 hours? Man. I hope when you do sleep that it's good sleep. That you wake up feeling rested. Because goddamn. The body was not made for this.
这是与你分享。
Body. Where the f- My eyes are not working. But that's standard.
别担心。
Whoa, the ground is spicy! Okay, we're good. Okay. Dream solvent again? I'm 86! Chicken wing, hot dog, and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog, and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Yoda! Thank you for the raid, friend. How was your stream? Wait, I have a tab open to myself. Abort mission! 9! This is not happening. I need someone else. Who else? Odite is streaming. Okay, goodbye.
都值得尊重。
Why does it say you're still live on my
没
screen?
有自己的方向。
I've been bamboozled. No worries, Luna. You got a call. Go take care of us. Get out of here. Take a nap while you're at it. Anyway, hello. Welcome, homies. Hello, hi. Hi. How was your stream? Did you have fun? What were you up to? I feel like I watched briefly, but I was busy setting up my own stream because I started during load shedding, so I just opened, looked for like a second, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. Anyway, welcome to all the raiders. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming through on that wonderful raid. Lily, Johnny, Rebel, of course. Johnny! Did you guys have fun? Chao Li, hi? What? What's this? What are we saying? If there's any new peoples here, welcome. My name is Nado Tato, variety streamer from South Africa. I am currently playing Genshin Impact. It is my main boom, my main slice. But I like to play all kinds of things. Like lately I've been playing The Wandering Village. And I like to play rhythm games and mobile games. And, puzzle games and all sorts of shit. I didn't know I said Nat or Tato. Rebel! Please go clean your ears. Go clean that funk out of your ears. You can't hear shit, man. My bad? You're bad indeed. Immediately, go clean your ears. That's what I say. If anyone mishears me, I'm just like, go clean your ears. I know the words that came out of my mouth. I might not remember them most of the time. But I have introduced myself a couple times. I know who I am. I'm certainly not NATO. Cried my eyes out on Honkai. Oh, yeah? That's not slay of you. How do you say it? Ciao Li, hi. It's not slay of you. That's not slay of you to say such things, Rebel. You should feel bad. Also, hi, Lily. I saw you're online, Lily. There's my Lily. My fox. My fox. Lily fox. Like that? Listen, let a Chinese person not hear me say it, because I'm probably butchering it. Hella! Woo! Okay, wait, we were fighting bosses, Jargon, sorry. Hey, Toto! Need to kill the big wet boss? Pardon? Lily? Who's the wet boss? Guys, you know what? I'm having a serious moment of confusion. When I started stream today, I was pretty sure I brought a drink with me. And now I cannot find the drink. Let me go find it. I don't know where I put it. Sorry, Jargon, I'll be back now. But Yoda, how was your stream? What were you up to today? It has evaporated? Damn, okay. But yes, let me be right back. I need to go fetch my drink. I'm thirsty. Guys, what just happened? What? Where did my Genshin go? Why is it on... Huh? Wait. Huh?
无人相陪，此般花鸟鱼情，也不过衬托
Wait
我
a
身
second.
不移不变的背景罢了。
Oh. What? Nay, brew. That was very confusing. You're stealing my shit? How dare you? My shit? But now I want to know why Genshin Impact is not showing up. Okay, well, I don't know what I did. I broke it earlier. Okay, I'm back. I found my drink, guys. So, you know there's this thing called out of sight, out of mind? You know, like babies? Object permanence? And all? It's something you eventually learn. That the thing is still there even though you can't see it. That's not my brain. Immediately, I have forgotten. If I cannot see it, it does not exist. So apologies. You're all new to me. I've never seen you before. Anyway, I put my drink down. Like, around the corner. And I simply forgot it existed until just now. When I was like, wait a second! I've been streaming almost 2 hours. Where's my drink? Genshin Impact? Yeah, there was a whole lot of fuckery going on there, but it's fine. Let's go. Let's go kill things. I don't know what happened there, guys. Please don't take me seriously ever. Because I don't even take myself seriously. Does that mean lurkers do not exist? I mean, to be fair, Speedy, they kind of don't want to be perceived. They kind of just want to be there and enjoy the vibe, right? So in a way, yeah. We can say that they don't. I mean, they definitely do. But they don't want to be perceived. Perceived? Jesus Lord. They are simply vibing. They are very simply vibing. They're having a grand old time. And you know what? I'm a very big lurker. I don't even... Half the time, I don't even tell people I'm lurking. I am simply somewhere. They don't know. I very seldom tell people I'm lurking. Woof! Girly is spicy. Uh-oh. Did we not get that in time? Go, 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 baby. Go. Raiden Sama. Whoa. Uh-oh. This is not good. Whoa, Jesus. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, Jargon carried. Holy shit. Joggin carried that one. Also high spec. You watch from your shadows. That you do. That you do. Also, Joggin, you said something about a feather. Did you get a good feather? Our Sakura blooms? Yes. I got 3 there. Poggy woggies. Them's is poggy woggies. For shows. You got a perfect feather? For what though? Why my nose itchy? Double crit attack in ER, but for whomst? Because it would have been what? Wanderers? Anyone? Oh, ER. Sorry, my brain read it as EM, even though I very vocally said ER. Pretend you did not hear. I actually got a really good, what was it? Who did it go on to? Maybe Amber? Sorry guys, it's like a juice box type situation. That's why it made that weird noise. Okay. Nope. I don't think it would have been... Was it a Raiden summer? Mozin, how are you? Hello, hello. Hi, hi. She's got very scuffed pieces, but it's a work in progress, truly. I got a really good piece for something. She does fine? Yeah, she do. She fine as hell, man. So the only problem I'm having is when we do this thing. I can't break those little things. Do you know what I'm talking about? She do big slapper and a whooper. Better late than... Listen here, Momo. You bring Nana? I bring Nana. I bring Nana. Oh, no. So not the things in the middle. I'm talking about, like, the little things, like, on the outside that he spawns. Because those give you the energy. I'm not very good at using at killing those things. She doesn't seem to hit them. Also, a wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to, Mozen. So don't even worry about it, man. I need to fight Living Abyss. I think I didn't play yesterday because I was feeling sad pandas. We love Momo and Toto and Nana and Tai Tai and Layla. Layla? Lele? We like Layla too though. And Yo Yoda. We can just call him Yo-Yo. To be fair though, even Yoda works. Because it's bop bop. Let's go. I don't know why I'm wasting time. Is Mao logged in yet? I haven't looked. Do I just bring Nana and Raiden again? You want the doubles? Oh, I mean, that's fine. Either you call him Yo-Yo. We call you Jaja. And Mao is Mama. And I am Nana. Nearly there. Alrighties. No worries. Joggin and I are still fighting redacted over here. I'm not gonna lie. This boss fight is very cool. But I will also say it does feel a little bit like a wasted opportunity. I don't know, call me crazy. I feel like they definitely could have done more. Energy? Did someone say energy? Oh, no. I do not have food. Oh, shit. Crap. Fuck. Oh, I got healed anyway, so we're good. There's the energies. I'm gonna go boop. Jog and carry once more anyway. Nah. Hello! Technically, he is both of my character's sons. Because he is definitely Raiden's son. How did that hit me? I was in the air, you fuck! How could you? You hit your mother. How about your other mother? Okay, so it's these things. Like... Oh wait, she can hit the water ones? Oops. Okay, not that one apparently. What the... I very got turned around, but it's okay. Get fucked! You bitch!
全都看见了。
Where is he? Whoa, he's behind me. No energy. Oh, we downed him anyway. It's okay. Yeah, boy. Let's motherfucking go.
有牵手，
Oh wait, it's these guys.
请到后方休息。
Oops, max fullness reached. I don't know why we have to do this last bit, because honestly, he's already GG'd. Well and truly GG'd.
有些做客吧。这记得牵手，雷光七。
Oh, 128k! Boy! Fuck you. Well and truly. Goodbye. Deleted my own son. So this was a Hershey's milkshake. It was pretty fucking tasty. It was very sweet though, goddamn. Thank God it's like child size, because if it was any bigger, I'd feel sick. Also, when I went to go look for my drink, Ray approached me with a cup of coffee, so that was cool. You outies, Toto! Please take care! Sweetest dreams! The size of... No, not the size of a child. The size for a child. Mao is alive! Shall we join Mao and go slap at his bosses? Hi, back! Bum, 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 bum. Let me in! Gliding champion of Pretoria. Peanut. Oh man. He was actually streaming... Was it... It was either last night or... No, I think it was last night. Because it was when I had electricity. Pixel! This is what Raiden did in the game. Spoiler alert if you guys haven't watched this part yet, but you know. Oh. Azzy, senor. We start with Azzy. Fuck Azzy. Goddamn. All my homies hate Azzy. I'm here. Hi, here. How you doing, your duties? We were trying to think of nicknames earlier because we had Momo and Toto. So now everyone's got short names. So yo. And Jargon's Jaja. And Mao is Mama. And I am Nana. So we've all got silly names now. Whoa! He's got booba in the face. What? Does anyone want to know what Kazuha would look like with tibbies? Damn it. Speedy, you'd be... Pss, pss. You know, like when you call a cat? Pss, pss.
人之在世，却如白露与泡影，虚无。
2/3 of the way to becoming Santa, I guess. Because you're ho-ho. or because it's more like who? Would you be hoo-hoo? You a big ho-ho. You're very close to being a ho-ho-ho. Yeah, anyway. You were just about to type that? Yeah, you actually a cat calling, Speedy. We're just trying to call our friend and we got a cat call you. Go pss, pss.
突然无事，对应枯坐。
Jojo, it will be Jojo. It has to be first 2 letters. It's Jojo. Wait, which character did I bring? I didn't know what I brought. Did I already? Oh fuck! I'm sorry. I brought Ryan. I didn't. No, I bought mission. I wasn't making attention. I'm sorry. What are we fighting? Are we? Did anyone else see what the typing was? I was too busy watching Kazuha get stuck on Raiden's tibbies. Kokomi! Tasukete! Does anyone know what typing we're going against? Please not Electro. I'm crying. Was anyone paying attention? Because I sure as hell wasn't. Look, I'm even running into this guy. What the fuck? Oh, ow! Fuck! Oh my god, that's hilarious. I wonder what typing he is. This is gonna be a mystery. Oh! Ow!
判断
Uh-oh.
失误了吗？
Where's Coco? Coco's that side. Oh, we got Wowder. Ciao Lehigh! I'm gonna try my best. Yes, buddy! In the butthole! Let's go!
寂灭之时，
Wah!
无处遁逃。
天共离行，御风而行。
Ow!
律法还有漏洞。
Uh-oh. That's definitely Electro. Y'all did not even stop me. You were like, fuck it, let's go. Let's motherfucking go. To be fair, is he actually immune to me? Or... Time will tell.
微光无射，
Oops. Looking like he ain't?
断绝。
援军已至，
Ah!
泡影看破，
I hate this thing so much. Ooh, I misjudged my timing. Guys, please be serious for a second, because y'all know I can't be. Woof!
道光，意识永恒。
Thank you for the mud love there, Speedy. Ooh, Lord have mercy. That was ridiculous. Just like 80% is okay. It means I did some damage, yeah. Perhaps not the carry, but, you know. Scuffed. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm so used to doing the 3 bosses that I use the same comp for everything. Good lord. Well, now we know what typing he was. Slay. Goddamn. I really do need to put a better command for that mod love thing. Anyway. Let's go slap her. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacious bitch. What is a Japanese word for slay, Hooded? Do you know? Whoa! Whoa! Oh man. What are you even saying, Yoda? Oh yeah, I forgot I have the game on Chinese. I just realized now. Nope, let's go find out. And I mean it in the, like, meme-ish, like, slay bestie kind of thing. Not like slay to murder. If that makes sense, if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
A burnt baked potato
Whoa.
screamed, "Please free me from Tato's basement."
Eh? Someone silence this fool. You looked up slay? No, no, no. We were never saying slay like such. Never. Look at all those tiny numbers. That's me. Ow. With the Borg. Does it matter who hits it, or is it just whoever is there? Ow. Oh! Girly, please, relax. Don't move, you can't! What the fuck? Did she teleport back? She was just not visible for like a second? I'm so very confused. Is this American server? Absolutely fucking not, Potato. What do you take me for? Where? We probably should not have blown our load there. No, 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 no. Ah, fuck. Slay in Afrikaans is doodmaak. Literally, perhaps. But I feel like you could very easily use Yanya in the same manner. This actual chocolate covered fuck ass! Right in! Please! Can you just kill her? I died. Fuck this boss. Anyway. Blown our load? Yes! You know, like all the bursts same time. Synchronized load blowing. I'm gonna let them do their thing. Potato! Why on God's green earth would I be playing on NA? I live in Africa, man. Potato sus? Potato could never be sus. What are you talking about, man? Anyway. Yosh? Your bestie is very... What? You need to go eat? No worries. No worries. We're done, right? Or... Oh, we still need to fight Raiden? Okay, we go fight Raiden. We two-man this. To help your friends and viewers? What do you mean? He abandoned us? Mao's got abandonment issues. Relatable. To help- wait, what do you mean to help my friends and viewers? What are you talking about? I don't help people. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Shit. Hmm.
无人相陪，此般花鸟鱼情，也不过衬托我。
Tell him, baby! You must be playing on the African server? No, I'm playing on the server closest to my time zone. You willy. Oh, Jesus! Jesus! Christ on a cracker. I did not even have a chance to swap characters there. Where did the... this bitch. Oh my god. Oh, she's not back yet. This is something else. Ba 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 ba. Hmm. Mao! 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 No! You definitely need to attack. Ah, you bitch. Oh. Can I see Yao Yao build? It's very scuffed. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not... It's literally made with like leftover pieces. It's a very copium build. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, Uruguay still goes through that? Shit. Oh, she has like no energy. Oh, this is gonna be slow, but we can do it, Mao. Provided she stops moving away from me. Never fucking mind. Oh my god, I have to jump with these teeny tiny legs? Not a fuck. Oh! This is the worst timeline! And I can't time my jumps. Jesus Lord. Please be serious. Raiden. I need like a moment of clarity where I can raise my Raiden and not have her die immediately. 2 thunderclaps. Oh! Nay, brew. Too spicy. This girlie needs to relax. Please. With all the chill in your heart. Fuck right off. Cast all the things, Mao. Yeah, boy. Get her. Get her, Mao. Slap her. You big slapper. Whoops. Nice. I hate that we can't see where the wall is until you run into it. Onigiri? Oh! Thank you, friend. You understand the pain. You saw nothing. Anyway. My sweet lord. You still did it, Mao. You still did it. Anyway. You're such a nice streamer. You switched to NA. Shut up. Potato! I'll ban you. Watch me. Watch me whip. Out the ban hammer! Motherfucker. You need to do boss for Ham Ham? Which boss? Which boss do you use? More nigiri. Can I see? Oh yeah, Yao Yao build, as I told you, it's scuffed. It's scuffed as all hell. That's not Yao Yao. Wait a second. Wrong GBBB. There she is. Weenut? Oh, the Weenut? Okay, so level 70 Favonius on her currently. Favonius is a good weapon. Some other good options. Black Tassel. I know some people are using Black Tassel. That's if you're going for an HP build. I don't know. I don't think this is worth it unless you're going for like a damage build. But no, not that one. Crap. This one. I think this one's pretty good. A thing to note about Yao Yao, and I didn't realize this myself, when you cast her burst, you need her to stay on field for I think at least 5 seconds. Count in your head like a kid, like I have to do. She needs to be on field, because if she doesn't have those 5 seconds to throw the bunnies out, then you're just wasting your burst. Don't waste your bunnies. Just like you wasting my patience. You wasting my flavor. No, I'm joking. Let's go kill the Weenut. The peanut Weenut. Where is the Weenut? Mao, do you have a... You don't have no TPs there? Do we need to go get that boy? Where is the closest one? Let's go from here. Mao, let's go. Here comes the banhammer. You know it. You know it. I could just do like so. Hehehe. You wanna troll? Get trolled, bitch. You don't know where it is? It's fine. I show you. I show you. I'll make sure. Just come to me. No! Well, how about you stop being a little shit? There's no nigiri here. No nigiri no more. Because you wanted to be a little shit. Be a little shit. Get hit. Ta-dang. Bop, 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 bop. I'm a burnt little shit. Don't I fucking know it? But we still love you, Potato. It's okay. I'll let it slide. And by it, I mean the onigiri slide straight off my screen because fuck you. Hehe. I decided to not kill those was right, and just in case you needed the materials, but... Okay, hold on. Let me mark it. Because we're gonna go here. Because I think this is the... Or is it not? I think this is the tunnel to get to the boss. I could be very wrong. So if anybody in chat knows better than me, please shout now. I saw someone use Nahida with a Geo Animo team. Made me want to cry. Okay, Animo, yes. Geo, why? Are you like desperate to prove that Geo... The Weenut's entrance is a hole? I'm pretty sure you go into a cave and then you fall down holes. So that much I do agree with you. You do fall down a hole, but you gotta go to the cave first. And I want to say it's this one here. Whoop! Oh wow, this is a waypoint. Full Animo, Geo. There were 0 reactions. I'm saying, listen, Animo, it could work. Like, EM build? Sure. Whoa, this guy like yoinked his way to me.
手牵手，
Oh, I accidentally picked up your poopers! Mao, I'm sorry. Fuck. Okay, let me not use Nahida here, actually. That's just dangerous. I'm just gonna swap characters. I was trying to hit the snake and I picked up the poopers instead! I want a pooper! You're talking to a C6 Ito haver? We don't talk about reactions, yeah. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. My son Ito. Dendro Animo has no reactions? No, but I've never fought this. Don't worry, Mao. We got this. I don't know if I fought it, so...
无处遁逃。
This is also not the boss, by the way.
要冲了，别过来！
奥女看破，
I didn't fall asleep? Oh, friend, are you okay?
永恒。
接下来
And this guy? Can I help you? Not even drops loot. Imagine. Anyway. You outies, Prime Minister, please have a lovely evening. Good night, everybody. Is everyone going to bed? Good night. If you're going to bed, good night. If you've just woken up, good evening. English is a shit language.
兵贵神速，
Chris! Christopher James Stiffer, 90, 60, 98, 89 Stiffer. I can't word. Where do go for we nuts? We nuts? You nuts? They nuts? There's a thing somewhere that you gotta do, Mao. Let's kill these mushrooms quickly. We might as well, we can. Oh, that is not what I wanted to cast at all, but rest in peace, little fucking mushrooms. Fuck you and the ground you grew in. Eat an entire bag of feces. Thank you kindly.
无处遁逃。
Cool. I was trying to do Spiral Abyss. It's called Spiral Abuse, man. It's Spiral Abuse. You kept failing and got annoyed. That is completely understandable. That shit is fucking annoying. Mao, you wanna go do the thing? Let's do the thing. I don't got fuck all to do. I got an event to do, but I got hours, man. I got time on my hands. You're going to bed, Hooded. You're going to bed as well? You just said I'm going to, and I was like, going to what? Can I? Oh, I can pick them up. I'm fast as fuck, boy. We're fast as fuck. Wah! I'm stealing mouse shit. I will turn off that redeem. Potato. Potato. I will turn off that redeem. Try me, bitch. But yes, sweetest streams. Sweetest streams, Hooded. I hope you have a good day tomorrow. Okay, I don't know where we need to go for we nuts. But I know we're going down. And at some point there's things that we can Oh, this is Weenut tunnels? Could not be me. We don't need to kill every mushroom, it's okay. You love me? Cause I stole your shit? I'm so glad. Oh, not Mao picking fights with homies who had just taken a fucking snooze over there. Now he wants to come fight me?
动透飞，不怕不怕。
一剑之水，
道光，意识永恒，奥女看破。
Poor bro did not even have a chance to open his fucking eyes. You love me? That's debatable. Please be serious. That's debatable, potato. Nahida with no reactions is just throwing. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. She's a insane buffer of EM though, so it really could be worse. It could just be Nahida with Geo, and that would be the biggest waste. Like, just retire your account if that's how you're gonna play. I believe in play how you want, but please be serious. You went to the trouble to get Nahida, and then you use it like that. Debatable! You're taking it back. Wow. Yeah, you see, it was debatable. We debated, and you were like, no, actually, never mind. You like me? Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that, homie. It's very sincere. Okay, I don't know where we're going, Mal, but I don't think we need to go up. I think we need to go down. I don't know where we're going. We're just going. We're going on an adventure. I know that we need to go down. Ooh, there's down there. But what is this, Mal? Do you want to click on this? Uh-oh! You have a bow. I don't. Let's make a quick, fast switch your knees. You're probably going to be done by the time I switch, but it's okay. I want to show you guys my cool bow on Sara. It's a very shiny bow. Very pretty bow. Boom boom. Beach. Yay! Osara! Osara got pretty bow. Electric boom booms. My tactic usually deal more damage than I get dealt. However, that usually doesn't happen. To be fair though, this version of the... Oh, I have 2 support characters out. Just a sec. Actually, Sarah can do damage. It's okay. For now. I just realized I don't think I've actually been to the boss room. Have I? We came from this way. There's things that you need to click on. I know there's a corridor where you fall down. Ow! Fucks. Yeah, Sarah, get him. Get him, goody. You need the poopas? You do, for the boy. Here's more poopas. Poopa, 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 poopa. Do you know what, actually? I'm gonna switch your knees. Cause he's gonna show me where the poopas are. There we go. We've got our poopa spotter. He spots the poopas. I'm just trying to remember where that corridor was. Cause it's kind of like right in the beginning. The pooper shooter. Oh, pooper spotter. Yeah. Do you want to go follow that, Mao? Are we gonna follow the boy? Hello? Okay. Whoa! Did you say highball? I can't steal your Sealies, unfortunately. It's pretty Sealy, but I can't. I don't think it's far, though. Sounds like something that would be in front of your shoes to warn you before you step in some bad stuff. Or even when you go on a foot safari. When you go walk in the bush. And the trackers will spot the poop and be like, ah, yes. There was... Whoop! Well, there's one of the holes.
珠帘，
长荡恢宏，凝神永恒。
Man, these guys' shields are kind of annoying.
跟紧了，
I guess that's one thing Aggravate doesn't really do. We don't do shields, man.
来吧，
雷闪，
Are you meant to be in just chatting? No. I was meant to change it earlier. And I forgetty. To be fair, we are kind of just chatting shit, so it's okay. Could be worse. Hey, I spelled it right. Nice. When the pooper spotter says watch out, you watch out. that sounds like Swahili, definitely. We nut. Automatic.
雷光千道，雨移。
律令，
斩草除根，
Get him, buddy! There we go. Bless him. I miss this boy. Also, thank you, Noah. No! I got defeated by the rocks.
跟紧了，
For some reason, they were ignoring me. I was giving that one to you. It's okay, Mel.
障眼法，
I just suck at this game that I play every day.
雷闪，
Remember when Genshin players were trying to cancel people for not praying? Taknari! Oh, shit. I still think they should pronounce it correctly. Because they pronounce the Japanese ones correctly. Oh, wait, actually, I don't know about the English.
我听见了，
The English
障
VAs
眼法，
and their pronunciation of the Japanese names.
落雷，不回。
Tainari, not Tiknari. It's okay, it's okay. And I've just given them all fucked up nicknames now. Now none of it makes any sense because we got Tai Tai, we got Ham Ham, we got Lele. What the fuck's going on? Nana. Unana, you know? Shit don't matter no more. None of it matters. No one's names matter anymore. It's fine, he's Tai Tai now. Was it up this way? Guys, please relax. Poor Mao. He's going on the wildest goose chase. No, this loops all the way back. I'm so glad. What phone do you have? iPhone 13 mini. Why? Oh, hello! I found the hole and the Dendro crystal fly for me. Woo! Did Mao follow? He did! Meow, 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 meow.
看不清了吧？
战况不顺，
万影珠帘，
An apple girly. Never mind. What do you mean? What do you mean? An apple girly. Please be serious.
障眼法，
You ain't never been serious a second in your life. Listen, there's a very simple reason for why I use Apple. And it's because all my game accounts are now on Apple. After switching years ago,
看不清了吧？
I am now stuck with Apple. You're gonna get the new Samsung?
声音，我听见了，
Not Apple? No, so like the thing is, all of my... How do we get to the boss? Someone, please.
雷
Because this is the end of the road. And this is distinctly not in the direction I thought it was going. I realize now, I haven't actually fought this boss. I don't know where this motherfucker is.
障眼法，
Anyway, the reason why I'm on Apple is because all my game accounts are on Apple. And not a fuck am I losing my accounts again, so... Somebody make it make sense. Where do find boss? Yoda, please. I know you have this boy. Are you trying? Yes. Oh wait, I can't do that. Why am I trying? Like sign in with Apple? Yeah. Because some things only let you register on the device you're using. There's a hole right next to the waypoint. This one? There's a hole there? I took Mao on this wild goose chase. Because I haven't actually fought the boss before. I thought he was underground here. Mao, why are you complaining? Did you not just get free kills and free loot? Go in hole, we nuts. So, what the f- Hello? What did my camera just do? Circus in town? And I'm all of the clowns. Did you guys see what my camera was doing? That was very weird. Okay, teleport back to the front. Back to the beginning. There's a different hole we had to fall into. The boss is there. The bacon got cold. Oh! You made Jenny sad? Get out of here. Unbelievable. Get out of here. Go apologize. Go apologize with tears in your eyes. You got Moonlight Cookie? Oh my god, congrats. Oh, she's not sad? Okay. Yoink! Hello! What is this? Nay, bro. Where's Mao, though? Is he up here? Ooh! What the fuck? Mao, come to the bunny. Bunny will heal. Bunny heals all. What are those? Whoa! Oh, you can hit it when it does that. Interesting. Okay, I think this is the thing that we fight. No, you stinky bastard! Fucking asshole! Get back here! Unbelievable. The sheer density of this, whatever the fuck it is. Ah! Asho! Wait, what? Use attacks with specific elemental types. Blah, 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 blah. No, bro. Oh, okay. He who controls the spice? What was that? I do not fucking know. That's my first time killing that boss though, so that's interesting. He just turns into sand. Fucking bouquet. I don't know what happened there. This game's kind of annoying with popping up with a new store package on my screen every 5 minutes. Seems like they have 25,000 different store packs. To be fair, in the beginning, there's a lot. Because you are getting lots of things, you're making lots of progress. Use the wind bite bullet to perform swirl reactions and bring the Setek Winut in its floating form down. Well, I don't remember doing that, but apparently I now control the spice, so... That's cool. You do not like him? Don't worry, that's fine. You'll get used to him. I'm not going to redeem. Because I don't have 40 resin. Let's not read while standing here. I mean, bosses can't respawn where you're standing, so... Walk without rhythm and you won't attract the worm? What does that mean? I got Amazon Prime to watch Supernatural and they don't have Arabic sub. I hate this. Just watch it in English, man. You don't need subs. Put the English subs on, then you can read the English. It's okay. Oh shit. Voice? Of course, Mao. Do you need to kill him some more? That achievement is a Dune reference? That makes a lot of sense. But also, it made me think of, is it in Skyrim? With the spice? You need 6 more resin. You also need to not be in the ground, Mao. That is not how you fight the Weenut. Oh, I'm gonna steal your eels. Thank you. Skooma? No, maybe it was a different game. There was a game that had... Oh, it might have been Mass Effect? It had dust, like, as a drug.
That shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes. This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A, yes.
Alright, well, if we wait for six resin, it's gonna be quite a while. So... Oh, I don't have to wait? I was gonna say we can run around the open chest. Could do your stream thing. Okay, fine. Fuck. I'll go fuck myself then. Bye, bitch. I'm seeing you tomorrow anyway. That's your fave sound? You like it? I mean, it's on sound alerts. I think you can use it, Yoda. I could be wrong. I don't think it's locked or anything. Why you make a cry face? You didn't know exploration was an option? Well, you jumped the gun, Mao, so... You told me to go do my stream stuff. It's okay. I gotta do my stream stuff. What is my stream stuff? It is exploration myself. Hehe. I kinda wanna go kill my own Weenut now. Does anybody use a Corsair Strafe keyboard? I don't have money for Corsair. Oh, there's a chest right there. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Ow! I was trying to switch to Yao Yao, but my 6 key was not working. Yay! Oh yeah, guys. For those of you who maybe didn't notice, the shop reset. So make sure you go and buy your things. I can't because I already bought them. But go buy your things. Whoa, imagine I buy the wrong ones. I have 199. Maybe you guys can't see it very well because the thing's there, but it's 199. I'm looking into buying one, but want to know if they're any good. I would say definitely. Old news, Grandma. I bought mine on Shop Reset. What do you mean grandma? That's for the grandmas and grandpas who didn't already do it. Shh. Child. Respect your elders or something. Also, Speedy, I would very recommend to ask on tweeters. Because I feel like there's people who are smarter than me. Do we go fight this guy? Oh, he wants to fight us, so let's motherfucking go. Bonk! 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 Ow! I got bonked there. Joke's on me. He's gonna die before I can... I cannot burst in these conditions. In these circumstances, I cannot burst. Because they've already been bursted. Burst. I thought someone in chat might know. I'll also say, yeah. Because I don't know any peoples who use... I mean, my boyfriend uses Strafe, but... Strafe. He uses... he uses Corsair. But I'll be honest, I don't know what stuff he uses exactly. I just know that he likes Corsair. And that's as far as my Corsair knowledge goes. Not exploding barrels, bro. I literally have two Catalyst. Two polearm users. Give me peace, man. In my heart. I'm gonna blow up some buddies. Oops. The answer is yes, I am going to blow up some buddies. No? You guys don't wanna go? Words. Hi, Dan! You guys been hanging out? Must be nice. Boink. Whoop. You streamed? I missed it again? Oh man. I was... Dan, you bloody! Oh my god, Dan! Just because you are the law does not mean you are above the law. Okay. But also, I was fucking busy the whole day. I was spending time with Ray's sister. Who I'm going to be seeing the whole of tomorrow anyway, but you know, besides the point. Who Pluggy? Dan Pluggy. Of all to Pluggy, it was Dan. Unbelievable. Actually, no, fully believable. You live long enough to see yourself become the villain, yeah? Dan is old. He has lived long enough to become the villain, yeah? We can all agree. Yeah! Tell him! Stop dying before I cast anything. I didn't even get to attack, man. That seems like a dangerous color for a light to be flashing. Oh, you're playing Zelda again! Did you have fun though? Dan beat the shit out of Ganon. The chocolate covered fuck of I don't know what their world is called. Zelda Land. It fell all the way down there. Oh. Never mind. Made a biscuit out of him? I don't think that would be a very tasty biscuit, I'm not gonna lie. Hyrule, thank you. Backies, you can't be saying such things. Luna, are you trying to avoid the dad jokes? You can't just say backies as if that makes you exempt from the dad jokes. Please be serious. Whoop. You have to say I'm back, and then I get to say, hi back, I'm dad. Ain't nobody immune. Ain't nobody. Come here, you fuck. Don't run away from me. I have small legs. Get him. Get him right in. This guy's a fuck. Now he's a dead fuck. Oh, fuck. He brought friends. Oh, man. You're a dad yourself? Yeah, exactly. So why are you trying to avoid the joke? You think you're immune. It's not how this works. I am the dad now.
无处遁逃。雨姨，
Ducks content
Whoop,
screams
whoop.
taste the biscuit, taste
Ducks?
the goodness of the biscuit, taste
Ducks?
the honey sauce, taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce.
Pardon? Zelda land my foot. You uncultured heathens. Listen, listen. I have some playtime on. Why am I fighting with this girlie? I have some playtime on Zelda, okay? But not enough to remember what the place was called. Also, I'm calling you Dux from now on. Noah is dead to me. Dux is my best friend now. Because now I'm just imagining that you're not actually a people, you're just 3 ducks in a trench coat, yeah. Are you not on Chrome Biscuit Lady TikTok? Listen, I may have a TikTok account, but I am not on TikTok. What's Zelda? Luna, please. You're gonna experience the flames of Yoda if you're not careful. Don't be asking such questions here. Oh, maybe he's fucking with us. It's entirely possible. He is prone to doing that. This is that guy with the sword. What guy? What guy and what sword? The green one. He's got hair. And let me tell you, not all the guys with swords have got hair, so, you know, that narrows it down by a lot, I think. I think it's a pretty generous clue as to who we're talking about. Call me crazy.
微光无射。
此即智慧之殿堂。
雷光千道，雨姨，
I don't know if you guys knew, but I'm quite fluent in, Murloc.
无处遁逃。
Pale skin, green clothes, sometimes has a boomerang. Man's got boomerang. He got blonde hair, does that help? I see a chest in the distance. What were we supposed to be doing? I wanna be goblin? Oh my god. Listen, Luna's chosen death, eh?
暴女看破，
Oh, popped! Pop, 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 pop! What? Thank you, Raiden. Thank you for the pops. Free pops. You're pulling for the hands? Good luck. Didn't you already get him? Why did I think you already got him? Oh. Wanna be goblin these nuts? No, thank you. Nada? My life is a lie. Looking up Zelda. Luna, no! Say it in so, man. Say it in so. I was answering your question of what you were doing. No, I'm not. Sorry. I forget the words the second I say them. Despite earlier saying I know what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying. I just don't remember what I'm saying. That's how it be sometimes, you know. You already have him? Because you're a simp? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, there's no way you don't have him. Eh? Excuse me.
手牵手。
Would you kindly fuck off? Thank you. Soy boy? Who you ain't call me a soy boy. I know you ain't. Oh hell no. You can't wait for the new Zelda? When is it coming out? I still need to finish the first one. Dan, you're a soy boy. You're a soy boy for fucking self-plugging in my chat, mate. Get out of here. Now I know you're fucking with me. It's a girl? Why are you saying it's a guy? Zelda's my favorite character. He looks really cool in the most recent game. Fuck it! Booba sword! Eat shit! And die! If Ark is anything to go by, you will die if you eat shit. I ain't about to try that shit IRL, man. Toon Link is best Link? Yeah? I am noob in the ways of Zelda games. I have one, but I haven't played it. Maybe if you guys bully me enough, I'll play it when the Genshin streamer event is donezo's. I need my Freemos, guys. That's why we're playing. Oh, there's a chest up there. It says there's a chest up there. Let's go look up there first. Bully and play. No. I only have one. Unless you're offering to buy me the other ones. And the corresponding console. It's not happening. I have Breath of the Wild only. Oh, that's a big whooshy whoosh. She even has Booba? The amount of people who think Link is Zelda? Yeah, but it's kind of like a meme now, Yoda. Surely. Also, Speedy said goodbye. Sorry, mate. You're probably gonzos by now, but have a good evening. All the same, have a good evening. Guys, my hair elastic just broke. And so did my will to live! No, I'm joking. I have a hair clip here, we're good. You think it was remastered? Is that your way of saying you're gonna buy it for me? It's a very meme. I kind of like it, to be fair. Zelda is the girl and Link is the green guy. Lots of people think they are each other. I mean, it's called Legend of Zelda, yeah? But the main character is fucking Link. Make it make sense. Hey, Tato, play Zelda? Sure, one day. Look. So what did you say your excuse to not be there earlier was when I did a thing? When you did something? So, my excuse was that I was spending time with my sister-in-law. Dan, is that okay with you? I have exactly 2 hours in Zelda Breath of the Wild. Oh shit! Nope. Not today. You'll allow it? Thank you. Zeruda no Densetsu? What's this? I put my Switch into my dock earlier thinking it was plugged in. It was not. You'll allow it? Thank you, sir. Shenhe and Zhao next to each other? Ooh. I was asking for 2 rand. Where you think I got cash? Where you think I got cash, man? I was busy being stunned by the price of bread and eggs earlier. Where you think I got cash? I'll just get literally anyone else to recommend it to you. Wait, well, Breath of the Wild? I mean, you don't need to recommend it to me. I have it. I own it. I have played some of it. Just not much. Link is starving. Truly he is. Mans was busy eating apples. Oh god. Majora's made for Switch? That's good to know. Maybe get it. You also have a Switch, Luna? You play as the green dude? I really hope that Luna is actually just fucking with Yoda at this point. Because Yoda, we love you. But it's also fun to fuck with you. Because you say things with all your hearts. Where the fuck did he... Mate, please be serious. Them's is laser eyeballs. Let's not do that. Not on my chibi. Look, that my house is up there. Fuck off. Yeah, I hope you die in a hole, mate. Get out of here. I'm not doing this. I know that's why I have trust issues. You have trust issues specifically in this chat. Give me all the little radishes. I just want this guy to reset so I can fight him properly on a flat ground. Your ex-wife didn't know what Pokemon was? Is that why she's your ex? I would never gaslight you. What is it? Gatekeep, gaslight, go boss. Look at this ill-mannered little weenut. She's married to— You're a twin? Oh my god. Wait, you're a twin? Don't you have twins, Luna? Nay, brew, that is fucking weird. Sorry. Yassus, as we would say in South Africa. Yassus, brew. Is it awkward? Sorry, I have no filter right now. Oh, Luna's not joking though, so don't worry, you're safe. You're safe with Luna. He's not being a little shit. Me, on the other hand, I was born to be a little shit. I excel at being a little shit. Oh no, don't die, guy. Come on. Yeah, okay. That's fine. You're a menace when it comes to sleep. Yeah, exactly. Mans don't know the meaning of the word. Okay, let's not run with teeny tiny legs. You play Pokemon mostly? Sorry, I missed that message earlier. I was too busy teasing Yoda. I somehow have already played more Pokemon Violet than I played Pokemon Sword. And I played the expansions for Pokemon Sword, so I don't know how that happened, but you know. I'll take it. Another call. Best of luck. Maybe it's nostalgic PS1 graphics. Noah, how old do you think I am? Please. What the fuck? Son. Ain't no peas in this house. Ain't no peas. PlayStation 1. No, I'm joking. I played PlayStation 1 games when I was a kid. Just not a lot. Because my parents refused to buy a PlayStation. They were like, nah, what you need a PlayStation for? Is that guy dead already? What? Is it? Oh no, it's still alive. It just did not have a health bar for some reason. Okay. Okay. Fall into hole. I can't use this thing yet. I should really continue the story at some point. And do the event for Lisa's skin, but you know. Priorities. Open shiny chest. Yes. Down! No, thank you. Back in your day, the Abacus was the only console. Ah! Unbelievable. The sheer density. Priorities. Don't know her. Imagine prioritizing. Could not be me. Whoa! I thought that thing was getting chased, but no, I think that's his friend. Are we changing these ones? We're changing it to those ones? I can't see this one clearly. And these guys wanna fight me. It was that one. Shit. You're doing it again. What's backies? Ain't no backies here. I can do desert stuff here. I know what to do. Oh man. Who would want to though? I mean, if he's offering. Just, Yoda. You know, do it on stream. Just hide UID. Easy. Easy game, easy life, man. Then it gives you hashtag free content. And if you do it in the mountain dragons, fast sunny slap is Dudu's land only. So, you know. Free content. Boy. People be like, whoa, I thought you already did this. Imagine, what a noob. Slacking. Not explored. Also, hi, Bobotsy. Nat seems to be in a decent mood. I'm guessing she hasn't seen the Shinra news. Please be serious. Please be serious, Bubble. What do you mean? $4 AM stream? Jesus Lord! That was an unnecessary shift in music, Genshin. Nearly pooped myself. If you don't already have 100% exploration, max possible onion and statue, you're not a real Genshin player? Yeah. Grow up. You're not maxed? You haven't done everything in the game? Grow up. So immature of you. It's very hard to say with a straight face.
Luna the Pup screamed, so Pokemon is adding a new move called Stun Seed, but it only effectively is read backwards.
These nuts! Sorry. Thank you, Luna. It's not blocking. It's not blocking! Oh my god, it's not blocking though. Oh my god. That's wild shit, man. Why do I have to be the bad guy? Latest leaks for patch say no. Please don't tell me they say Eula, because I will scream. In the face of the nearest MiHoYo employee and ask them what the fuck? Nay, brew. I just received bad news. Can we not? Can we not dance this dance today? Where's your cow gone? It's Eula! Nay, brew. Nay, nay, nay. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Unsay those words. Are you just here to cause shit? Bubble? Cause shit, get hit. I'm just saying. No, because I will actually cry if it's not Shenna. She had one banner ever and has never seen the light of day again. She got cancelled for no reason. Justice for Shenna. It's Eula. Don't. Mika buffs Eula. Mika buffs Eula. Listen, I have not been seen nothing, Yoda. I haven't had access to leaks in a very long time.
人都看见了。
Do I just roll for Ham Ham then and say fuck it and get Dendro Daddy and go cry and go to bed early? I hate it here. Are you joking? It's been over a year. Diluc is getting a banner like Kacheng. Oh my god, people are going to fucking rejoice. For whatever reason, people really want him and I cannot understand why. I'm having my own issues with Dia. Why would I lie to you? No, it's fine, Bubble. Your ID is blocked. Dan, you're gonna get blocked. You're gonna get blocked. But you know what else is gonna get blocked? Your ability to cause shit. I'm just gonna take the onigiris away because y'all can't behave. Baizu and Shenhe in 3.6? You think? Dan, I have a special button to just make them all disappear. Try me, bitch. I already pressed it once tonight. I'll do it again. Cannot use in combat? I am not in combat. They might be. I am fighting nobody. Is it true that Dia has been nerfed? Yeah, that's what I heard as well. She got fucking yoinked into the ground. Which is weird. Like, we already have a Pyro Claymore piece of shit. Why do we need another one? Just buff the bitch. Literally thought I dreamed it the other day. You didn't know about holding the button for Ayato skill? I almost said skin. Free skin if you hold the button. New leaks. Leaks say a new area in Leo is possible. Leakers are split on it being Ysmera area versus Leo versus both. Oh shit. So what do I do? Do I go for Ham Ham? And then cry if Shenhe comes out at the same time as Baiju? Because I will probably not have enough for both. Oh, there's a chest there. What do you guys think? What is the call? What is the play? Because I cannot get all of them. But at best, I want to get at least 2 of them, you know. Bonk! Get him, Yugui! Go, 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 go! You're biased. Go for Dendro Daddy. Oh man. Would I even use him though? I would say save up. You know, it kind of makes sense if Mika is coming out that you know, I haven't been seeing any leaks for Mika though. Like, I haven't seen shit all. So that's surprising to hear that he buffs her. Because I haven't seen anything, but it makes sense because, you know, they're in the same group. Doesn't do much if you already have Tinari. So all these people telling me to go for him. And now when I'm being serious, everyone's like, no, don't. You guys are little shits. Oh, hello. There's a little coriander sitting up there. What the fuck? To be fair, I don't use Tai Tai either. They're both benched. Then Sino and Albedo. But there's speculation for Baiju in 3.6, so he's hotter and he does more damage and easier to play. Do I look like a dummy who needs an easy to play character? I'm so offended right now. How do you get? I've only heard disappointment about Ham Ham. I said to no. Oh no, I'm gonna call you Ducks now because you're actually 3 ducks in a trench coat. I called Ham Ham mid to him, and he was like, "Who the fuck?" He's like, "If it was Ray, divorce him." Oh my god, your sources are Johnny? Ah, I see. I normally see hella leaks on Twitter and Instagram. I haven't seen fuck all. Also, I've given myself a headache from laughing so much. What does that flashy red light mean? It's like when your car does a flashy red light. It doesn't really mean anything, it's just to look pretty, right? Yoink! There's been a decent amount of stuff about Mika. I haven't seen fuck all about Mika. Not a single fucking thing about him. Bless him, he's my little chocobo son. I want him. But if he's gonna be on Eula's banner, not a fucking whorehouse, mate. I ain't wasting my wishes. Streets agree. Yeah? Care to elaborate? Not me just stealing these people food. It's okay, they don't need it.
全都看见了。
Who needs Ham Ham when you got a Nana? Can we ban this? I don't think that's actually something that you can do. We can't ban that. The ham hate. It's ham hate central, unfortunately. He uses 3 weapons like a weirdo. I have seen pictures of him with several weapons, and people are like, "What weapon does he use?" Because who else did that? There was someone else whose weapon kept changing, and no one knew what. Thank you for the confettis, Papa T. You don't block? What don't you block? Literally 2 hours ago. Why isn't he doing damage? Oh my god. Apparently not a healer. No. Not a healer? I mean, I don't know. I keep hearing different things. I'm excited. Raiden, people didn't know if she was sword or polearm. Yeah, but there was someone else more recently. Did you guys know that, whoa, okay, guy. Relax. That's what you fucking get, mate. I forgot what I was gonna say. The thought has perished. It is gone. It is lost to the abyss forever. Anyway. Shinna was leaked as a claymore? Oh man, that would have been cool though. You want Ham Ham to be better? Then give him better stuff, Yoda. This is on you. Any character can be good, but it's your responsibility as the player to make them good. Basically what you're saying is you haven't farmed enough. Not this shit again. Some can be good, but others can be better. All can be good. Yeah, I mean, look at Amber, right? Streets are saying shielder, attack EM conversion, coordinated attacks. Oh! Okay. I was having a little birdie whisper things in my ear because everyone knows I'm fucking obsessed with the boy. So whenever people get leaks, they're like, "Hey Nat, I heard this," and I'm like, "Say it ain't so." And apparently his outfit is getting changed. He's getting... Oh, his outfit is getting buffed. Looks very nice. What? Camera, please. Give me peace, man. You have to be better. Iota was thought to be a Claymore. Imagine, guys. I can't wait for our first Hydro Claymore. Please let it be the Archon because I fucking love her and I want her. Give me more resin and better artifact drops, if that's your real name. Nani? Don't be talking to me. Gonna roll him, leave him level 1, and have him be my only character in my profile. The boy? I mean, that's up to you, man. Was it because I was mean about Amber? I don't care what you do with your characters, man. Oh-ho! Oh-ho! I told you I went through all my clips and I deleted clips. And I told you that was a clip that I no longer agreed with. I already explained that to you. Are you sure? Yes, and I have already explained this to you, so if you want to continue, you may. But I'm not going to entertain it. So please stop. She gonna step? I ain't gonna step on nobody. I already asked nicely. No. I said long time ago. I deleted long time ago. I did not agree with long time ago. That bitch been gone for a while. Ain't no sadgy wedgies, Yoda. Ain't no sadgy wedgies. That's just been gone. That is a boundary I have set. And if you don't appreciate it, then you can go somewhere else. That is simply how I feel on the matter. Anyway, Dia sucks. Yeah, I don't understand why they did that. Maybe they didn't want to be accused of favoritism for pyro characters anymore. But maybe they also wanted Eula to you know, be important again for some reason. Maybe with the Mika buff, then she'll be playable. I don't know, man. Like I said, I haven't seen leaks in so long, and I don't know why. Not that I go seeking them out, it's just they normally just come across my feed because of things other people like. Whoop. Ah. Sneaky people. Is this gonna disappear? Nope. Up? Oh shit. I don't want to be here. Abort mission. Goodbye. I think there were some recent showcases of Mika, but the person who makes them is a clown, so they're rubbish. Oh man, that's kind of sad though. Okay, it's gonna keep showing me that one. Best argument for Dia is for future content, like Fontaine. Do you think she's going to be relevant to Fontaine's story? Ooh. Does this link up with the other tunnels that we were in earlier? Oh, it's a bit far. I hope that is the case. Yeah, poor Bubble. Bubble was quite excited for her. And then came and told us that she sucks! But! Not in the good way. You know, this would have been a prime location to put something, but cool. It's fine. Yeah, it's such a weird thing that they really hyped up her character though. And for her to be average? Maybe less interesting than Diluc of all characters? But she has to at least be better, right? Or at least on par, right? Something? Because yeah, people were very excited for her. Whoop.
It's giving.
I don't know what that means, Yoda. I was hoping to get Dia and then start a long save towards 4.0, but that might start earlier. Whoa, really? You're not gonna go for any other characters? Her damage output is on par with Xinyan? No. Oh, I forget we have her. I was like, the only Pyro Claymore character I know is Diluc. Never mind. Xinyan? She's a shielder. That doesn't make sense. I don't know if I want to go that way. It's giving? What is it giving though? And what is giving? What is giving what? This area is so confusing. Because we came from there, yeah? So that is out. So I guess we need to go this way. Some DSMs were making conspiracies about whoever's making her suck in the beta to make leakers look stupid and give her a huge buff right at the end. You think? You think they would do that? The problem is that a lot of people decide how and when to spend money based on leaks. So if people don't budget for her when she's supposedly coming out, you know, some people just might not have money for when her ban is released. They're keeping her weak until Hu Tao. Ah, okay. You know, that would make a little bit of sense. Oh, I was here earlier with Mao.
傲影看破，意识永恒。
Rest in pieces, bitch. Look at all these poopas. So many poopas in here. Let's go back up, actually. We're just running all over the place. I guess less time to save for someone means more money for them. If people get desperate and swipe. I guess, but I always think about like for myself, I don't just have money laying around to swipe. Like, even if I were desperate, I would just hang 10, you know? I feel like some people must be in that position as well. I see a lot of people entering like competitions for like, what are those things called? Welkin Moon and stuff. I feel like some people don't have that. And they'd be missing out because like, those people wouldn't have time to save. Or like, to budget. I don't know. I guess maybe that's not the people they're expecting to spend money on the game anyway. So maybe that's not within their demographic. That's just how I see it though. They probably don't care, yeah. That is completely fair and a possible explanation for the situation. Whoopsie! I killed my girlie. I love that her weapon just hangs around afterwards. It just floats there. Sad. Defeated, quite literally. But you know, keeping her like weak until Hu Tao comes out, that does make sense. It's a little dishonest, but it would make sense. I would understand that. That would be some sketch shit though. Have they done that before? You know, I'm trying to think out of all the characters who were released. I feel like there was never a good word said about, oh, to be fair, I don't think there were many words said about, what's her name? Farazan. There's a lot of characters who don't get, like, actual proper leaks, I feel like. Because I did not know fuck all about her until she was already out. I was just like, oh, cool. Oh shit, Raiden is still dead. Whoops! Lol. There's a lot of Did he just crawl? He's in the fucking floorboards. Cool story, bro. Don't think they've had a comparison like that before. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Poor Oak got stuck there in the floor. Sucks to be him, I guess. Oh, hello. Don't think I've been here before. And another one? Wait, wasn't there something... Or did I get it? Ah. Oh, and there's a Seelie down there. Fuck. That's kind of sad, though. They made her seem really cool. Where the... Hmm? I'm almost certain there will be plenty of time if I just take it slow. Take it easy. Assholes! I hate when they do that. Let's go grab the Seelie while we're here and then we'll head back up. What we were talking about characters. Yeah, the deer thing doesn't make sense, to be honest. Because they hyped her up. They made her seem like a really cool character. Maybe for future content, but like that's no reason to dampen people's spirits, you know? What is that thing? There's a boy sitting next to it.
Oh, there's a baby. Itty bitty baby.
Whoop! All the way over here? Damn, homie.
GG's, Hassan. GG's.
You're doing a self press and you got caught to say GG's. That's fine, it was worth it. It worked for Cookie, she was garbage until Dendro. I guess. I mean, here I am sitting with my C0 Cookie, but you know, never mind. The thing is, like, you don't pull for 4 stars. As I'm sure I've mentioned before, speaking from personal experience. You don't pull for a 4-star. You cannot pull for a 4-star. It's not gonna happen. Make peace with that fact. Move on with your life. I had to. I'm still heartbroken though. Fuck this shit, man. What did I do to deserve it? Your sister says hello!
Hi, cutie!
Tell her say hi. Is there another one? And another one? And another one? And another one? And another? No? Oh, there is another one. God damn it. I pull for 4 stars on NA, but that's because I am a moron. Does it make you a moron? Or do you just have the means to do it? In which case it's fine. Can you do it? Yes. Do you want to do it? Yes. Then do it. I don't think it makes you a moron. I think it just means that you experience a lot of pain and sadness as a result, you know? Suffer. Hello! Goodbye!
Bye bye bye.
She asked if you've seen the last Jungkook stream. You know what? I didn't. But I've been seeing a lot of clips from it. People were saying that they wanted to marry JK. And JK was like, no, I don't think you could handle me. And he was drinking and dancing and singing. I didn't watch it. No, I know he also did a Instagram live. He did a live with B as well. And Bam was in the video. Bam's his dog. He's very cute. I don't always watch the lives. I feel like I watch the birthday lives, but most of the time I'm busy doing something. So like, I'll see so-and-so went live and I'm like, oh, what am I doing? I'm busy! I'm doing shit, man. Like today I was hanging out with Ray's sister, so... and yesterday I spent being sad. Sometimes you just gotta spend a few hours, maybe a day, being sad. Your sister watches everything? He was trying to sing in Arabic? No ways. Oh man. She enjoys it, you know. But it's okay if she wants to watch everything. You want to play League of Legends. You're not one to talk, Hassan. So When you stop playing League, then you can judge other people's free time activities. But seeing as you play League, you're not one to judge.
小天使儿，
奥秘看破，撤退了。
When is Jargon playing with you, by the way? Because I heard he said he was gonna play with you. Is that still happening, or you just bully her? I know you do. You're horrible, but it's fine. We still love you. I know that there's a good boy in there somewhere. It's just, you know, he plays League of Legends, so it takes a little bit of digging around to find him. Why are you throwing me under the bus? You said you were gonna though. What do you mean? I ain't throwing you under the bus. You threw yourself under that bus. I'm just pointing out the fact that you are currently under the bus. You put yourself there. In fact, you rolled under that bus. You were like, yes, let's motherfucking go. Did you not? Word on the street is Fontaine might release a new light element due to what happened in the story, and some speculation is that DL will work with. Listen. I just want the Hydro Archon. Because if it's the character I think it is, they're fucking gorgeous and I want them. You know me, I don't collect the Archons. Otherwise I'd have Venti, but like, woo, that Hydra one is looking mighty fine. I think it's like a shorter female character. To be honest, the outfits in Fontaine look a little bit intense. But some of the ones I've seen look really cool. Like, very fancy. Some of them dress well. Some of them dress like clowns. It seems to be like a you win some, you lose some situation. Hassan, brain, very busy. Maybe he forgot. Oh, shit. Really?
是人姿是
He's young, though. Surely he couldn't forget things. Hello, motherfucker. How you doing? Bandito. I wonder if anyone redeems that and they're not expecting it to say hello, motherfucker. And then they redeem it and they're like, what the fuck? Anyway, oh, his son doesn't forget things? I mean, yeah, he's studying medicine. I hope he doesn't forget things. I'm doing good. How are you? Have you guys seen the fashion, the Fontaine fashion? Because it seems to be either clown-ass motherfucker, like, what was his name? Dvorak? Clown-ass motherfucker. Fucking angry music again for no reason. Thank you, game. My anxiety is peaked. My interest, less so. Or beautiful, like Ayaka skin. Thank you, Yoda. Not me sitting watching to see where the onigiris go. Do you know what I could do? I could just limit the screen. So I could just make the screen smaller so that it doesn't go over it. But I think it kind of gets rid of some of the fun, you know? I have less reasons to be mad at you guys if I make it impossible to cover the UID, so... Because both Dan and Mao were trying to find solutions the other day, and I was like, I can just crop the screen, man. The onigiris will roll off the side and no one will know what happened to them. I could do that, but I feel like that's a bit more boring. You guys get a kick out of covering it, so why not? Please give me something. Not like that. Also, is it just me or was it fucking hot today? I know I'm wearing jean pants, but is a worm. I guess I have been breathing in this room for like the last 3, almost 4 hours, so that's not helping. And I drank coffee just now. Not underground. Give me peace, man. I really need to do the fucking story for this area. It's cold today, second coldest. Well, you said February's like pretty nasty weather-wise, yeah? Okay, I've definitely been here at least 3 times already. No, you gotta say Yodora, otherwise it doesn't count, Yoda. Not in the ground. Ugh. Ow! Rude. I was just walking past it and it was like, no, fuck you. You know what? Is it this one? Let's go actually continue doing this. Where does this want me to go? Yeah? Who is Yoda? Yodora? It's you. Yodora is you. That away. Not this shit again. Fuck nah. I'm outies. I'm outies 5,000. Let's go. Goodbye. We're gonna go do the story. Until we have the patience. Oh, there's a Seelie. And this Oki. This Boiki. Oh! Imagine having a fucking bird shit on your face. That's what it would be like. Oh, a chest! Hello! Were those your only friends? Oh, there's a guy up there. God damn it. Boop. Why the man's teleported behind the fucking tent? What an idiot. Oh, I hate it here. He just keeps walking backwards. Listen here, you fuck. There's sheer audacity to still be alive. Anyway. Oh, that other guy's not included in the group. Nice. No, thank you. Nut! I don't want to read. Since I graduated university, I'm like, nay, fuck that shit. Oh, there's another Seelie. Remember when we were on our way to continue the story? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Nut. Ooh. What is that? Oh, damn it. What? For what, my dude? For why? The aggression. Oh, Sarah! Can you relax, girl? She big slapper. Whoop. Now, where was that other shiny boy? Oh, not that one. There was another boyo in the distance somewhere. Was it that one? Oh, yeah, it was. GG's in the hills, eh? Ow. Oh. And another chest. Yeah, we'll go do story in a bit.
微光无射，
Oh! There's another friend. Hello!
暴影看破，
You've decided to start League tomorrow? What do you mean start League?
收下吧，与我无用。
Like you haven't played any yet? Oh, her son. You mean Kench? I don't know if I believe you now. Hassan, I don't know if I believe you. Hmm.
小牵手，
Oh, there's another one.
来我家做客吧。
Let's go, baby.
尝到恢宏，凝神永恒，再战狂生命中
Sarah! She got smish smashed.
预备，好，不怕不怕。
Nice. Now what did I aggro? The burps? Oh, there is the burps.
手牵手，
Why did it show like 3 arrows?
微光无射，
Either way, it's free meat. It's free real estate. So yes, Hassan, you said you're going to be starting Genshin. What made you decide to play Genshin? Tell your sister to play. Tell her it's got cute boys in it. She's gonna make you broke? No, no, no. Just don't let her have access to the credit cards. Easy. Tell her she must learn how to save in this game. It'll teach her good life lessons for saving. She has access to the credit cards? She'll waste the money on banners? Oh, man. No, just take the cards away from her. I'm sure she has not memorized the numbers on her cards. She doesn't know. Just take them away.
Oh. This is fine. This is fine.
Whoa, so far away. Okay, well, let's see if we have any luck down here. Where are these bad boys? Up? I think not, sir. Oh, there's just a boy casually chilling here. Is that wind tunnel gonna block me or? A bit huge. Ow. Yeah. Thank you for the head pass, Poverty. You did. Oh, it's in there. Shitty titties. Ow, shit. There's one down here, though. I don't remember which one I needed. Fuck. That's the crocodile, though. Hey, yo. Copper T, I can't believe you done this, man. The sheer audacity of this man to throw something at my head. Hello, I'll take that. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Oh, no! I don't want to buy any. Hey yo! Look at these nerds still aggroed on me. No, thank you. Shady Viteiro. Why am I shady? Because I got shades on? It's because my ring light's so bright. Whoops. Nope. Cool. This is fine. I didn't want to be up there anyway. Only 53%? That's mad shit, yo. Giga Chad? Yeah?
不知道干什么的话，
I'll take it.
要不要我带你去转转呀？
Why no say you have a logo? What? The one on my Discord, Yoda? That was weird. Ah, yeah. Mickey made it for me. To something, he just did it, like no warning. Which is a nice way to get things, I guess. Surprises. He's building a bit of a portfolio for some. Oh, what the? Raiden, you okay? Look like her legs bent backwards because of how she landed. Whoa. But yeah, it's a very cute logo. Mickey made it. And it's on my starting and ending screen as well. I haven't had, I don't know where to use it, to be honest. I don't know how to make good use of it. But when I need it, I'll have it. So, you know. That's really cool. I am not reading those. GG's, GG's, Hassan. Ooh, it's this lady. We got ambushed? I completely forgot what happened, not gonna lie. I do not remember. Oh my god, this is a title and a half. Honored Lady Lilupa, beloved servant of Nabu Malikada, founder of the Gurabad, eternal prisoner of Ikanum, Babel, of the mortal Tanna tribe, seeks an audience with you. Good god. That's her, by the way. Pink-haired lady. It's because of the shades. I'm shady because I wear shades. I mean, that makes sense. I don't remember all those names, right? You amuse us? Oh my god. You see a mommy? Oh, Hassan, where did you learn such language? It obviously wasn't here. The mommiest mommy in the game currently, probably. What about Hydro Fatui mommy though? She's mommy as fuck as well. Imagine those two go on a date, right? It'll be steamy as all hell. Cause one's Pyro, the other one's Hydro, get it? Vapes. Babe though, oh my god. Look at them take old bitties. Them thighs. Why they give us NPC like this? Have you guys seen the Dendro? I don't know what she's called. The new Dendro enemy. She's very pretty though. What is this camera angle? We just get to watch it jiggles. Dendro Hula Mummy, exactly. She's got very pretty hair though. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but she's got streaks of different colors in her hair. There's like red and yellow that in the swirlies. That's like not shading by the looks of it. It's like actual like stark color difference. Of course now it's going to show us the side of the head that is not visible at all. Thanks. Thanks for that. There you can see a little bit of, there's red. Like that's not shading. That's way too stark. Desert mommy. There's too many mummies in the desert. Okay, well now that I pointed out that she's got fucking colored streaks in her hair, the game is like, nah, son. There's her name. Her name is Babe. Where did she go? God damn it. That's fine. I'll show you guys someday when we see her again. Babe L, because there's Babe A, Babe B, Babe C. Hi, guys. Except she's deaf. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. I'll let it slide. I'll allow it. Where's the spoken pieces? We're gonna eat? Hell yeah. Oh, not a happy time? Whoops. I did not read the mood there correctly. It's been a while. Truly it has, because I played this on the day it was released and then completely forgot about it. Whoops. Whoa, talking about me? It's a bird. Oh yeah, she was sulking with us. She was Madge. Yoda? She was petty? No ways. A story and 4 emotes, truly. Oh, sorry guys, I need to be right back.
Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with my homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with my homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with my homies.
Oh shit, we got a raid. Sorry, guys. Ah! Sorry, I was just AFK for a bit. Kale Shake! Shit, that's an adorable name. Thank you for the raid. Sorry I missed it, guys. Oh man. You were playing? Oh, Pokemon! Did you have fun? Did you catch all the things? I haven't played that Pokemon yet. I do like playing Pokemon, but I haven't played that one. That specific one yet. Kale is friendo, you know Kale? I only know Kale the vegetable, and it's delicious. But nice to meet you. Welcome, welcome, readers. Sorry I was AFK. Sag. Mia? No, no, no. My name is Tiru. Not Mia. It was your first time playing? It's very different, but a lot of fun. Yeah, I haven't played it myself, but I watched my boyfriend play a bit of it, and it is very different. But I think after having played Sword, but also playing Violet recently, it's maybe a little bit more familiar, a little more similar in that way. So maybe when I give it a go, it won't be as different. But you know, open world Pokemon is difficult. Like, I have enough trouble in this game. Everything is shiny and I want to chase it. In open world, you just see Pokemon everywhere and you're like, oh, I want to catch this one, and then you lose your objective because you've run off in a direction and completely forgotten what you were doing. But glad to hear it's a lot of fun. A companion, you say? The bottle's talking. Arceus? What's Arceus, Yoda? Whoa, 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 whoa! A desert spawn. Whoa, she's mad. Yoda. What happened to Ben Ben? Did Ben Ben die? What the fuck? This Azaric dude is the most fucking chill. He's like, okay, cool. This thing hates me. It's fine. Ooh, this guy's in trouble. We did do shouty outies, right? Let me just... OBS, why you gotta be weird, man? Pluggies. Unbelievable. In my chat. This your Dempsities. On a fake Wednesday even? You should feel bad. It's wee nut season. It's wee nut season, guys. What's a wee nut? Pardon? They make spices with their body fat? What? We just need to control the wee nut hunting grounds. City folk love these thick. Can't read the rest. Control your wee nuts. They must have done this on purpose. Not a chance, man. The scent of a mature wee nut. I'm sure there's quite a strong scent, yes. Will protect you. Well, you haven't yet. Casually chilling with crocodiles in the river there. Thank you, Yaku, for the head pats. Sounds like a TV show. What kind of TV show, Yoda? Are you talking like ETV, wake up, 3 a.m. kind of TV show? Or do you mean something else? He is not. I feel like you could have chosen a better way to say that, Yoda. Anyway. So basically what you're saying, it is a ETV 3 a.m. kind of show. Cool. Good to know. I won't be watching that, thanks. Do not interrupt me, little lady. Gosh. I do not like this, Lilopar. As the moonlight paints the stones white and the... Okay, thousands of years have passed since the events told in this tale. The desert has yet to become so desolate, and the oases spread out across the land like glittering jewels. In those days, the Jinn walked the earth in great numbers, and they lived within the silver night wind and the flowing sands, in the ripples of the unknowable ocean, and in the pattering of the rainforest springs. Weenet painting the stones white? Oh my god. And the silver night wind? Nay, bro.
Excuse me.
Thank you for the follow, Heartless Tides, and welcome to the posse. Anyway. So the stones were white and the wind was silver in color. Your accent sounds so amazing, bro. I'm not your bro, dude. But thank you. We Jin were not ordinary creatures. Oh shit! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with my homies. Chicken wing, Meister Hypester, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Listen, speaking of homies, I'm gonna be hanging out with this homie tomorrow. Yeah. JJ. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, everybody. Bluebell, Omega. Heartless Tides, I was just joking. I JK lol. Don't worry. We chillin'. Rod, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Josie. Oh, thank you for the follow, Bluebell. Welcome to the posse. Welcome to all the Raiders. So, my name is Nado Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. While I am doing VTubing things today, I don't always. Sometimes I do face cam as well. I also cosplay, so if you want to see some of that, I'm going to be doing some of it with JJ tomorrow. Can I still call you JJ? Is that fine?
Excuse me.
Sweet Tea Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Rara, I can call you Rara. Rara's okay. And JJ? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Rara, for the follow. And also, Josie, welcome both of you to the posse. I love opossums, so that's why I call it my posse. Even though that's not the collective noun for possums, it's what I'm rolling with. But in any case. But yes. I cosplay. I play a lot of Genshin Impact. Yes, words. Welcome, everyone. Do you guys like Genshin Impact? Do you guys play? If not, what games do you guys like to play? Tell me. I need to know. This follow thing is adorable. I love it. It's Jimin. Jimin from BTS saying, "Excuse me." But he's just very, very cute. But yes, also, Heartless Tides. I was just JK lol earlier. I was just making funny. Haha. Funny joke. Anyway, how was your stream, JJ? What were you playing? Oh, you were playing Don't Starve Together? Have you played that with Mao? Because he wants me to play, but I'm scared of that game. That game is very scary. I'm not a fan. I do not like it. It's scary and difficult and I'm dumb. One day me and Mao are gonna do a Zhongli. Ooh! When is Sunday? One day. When is one day? You haven't played with him yet? You gotta. You go play with him so that I don't have to. Yeah. You killed a tree? Pardon? The trees fight you? In that game? Question mark? But did you have fun? Because I die all the time in games, but I still have fun. So that's the most important part. We're currently reading some kind of story here, but I've kind of forgotten. There's a creature in the current arc that we're in called a Weenut, and we just cannot take anything seriously now, so... You know? Whenever Mao is no longer scared of me... Wait, why is Mao scared of you? What did you do? Everything tries to kill you? I remember there's like these big fluffy cow things. And those try to kill you if you get too close. And there's wolves. And some other things. And that's all I remember. I've played very little of that game. But Mao was like, hey, don't you want to play this with me? And I was like, I would rather play anything else. And he was like, oh, okay. Those cows are okay if you don't annoy them. Yeah, the problem is that I annoyed them. Very much not on purpose, but I did. Yeah, their poop is wonderful. It is. I think that's why I went up to them, because I was like, ooh, poop! And then, yeah, well, I was history after that. Also, thank you again for the raid. Much appreciated. I'm glad to hear that, well, I don't know. You didn't explicitly say that you had fun, but I'm going to assume that you had fun. Because you died a lot. That must mean you had fun. Okay. There's an easier version now where you die but you can respawn. Oh, I can't remember when I played what it was like. It was a long time ago. You had fun mainly because stream peeps are lovely. Yeah, I mean, I don't like horror games, but I played a horror game a while ago. What is it called? Poppy Playtime or some shit. I don't like scary games. But chat was fucking loving it. I was screaming my head off. I was also drinking, so, you know. Picture it. Okay, guys, we're gonna read the story here. Picture it. The Wee Nut Show. Roll call. Hey, I'm Johnson. I'm Willie. And my name is Dick. That's Prick, Dong, and his younger brother Schlong. And we're the Wee Nuts. God damn it. Yoda, please. Please be serious for a second. Are you gonna make that a sound alert? You'll leave and never come back. You had fun. Oh wait, I did read that. It's not really horror, it's more like Tim Burton. You know, it is, but it's very harsh. When I played that game, it was very fucking difficult. This is perfect. It is though. We've been making jokes about Wee Nuts the whole fucking night, so we might as well, you know. Get back here, Yoda. You're not allowed to leave. You have a shiny sword. That means you have to stay here. Until it gets taken away from you. You are bound. Although technically I think you can unmod yourself, because Muke has unmodded himself several times at this point. So I guess you can decide to leave. Okay, back to reading the story. We Jinn were not ordinary creatures, but we were servants of the Mistress of Flowers. We were untroubled by basic wants, nor were we shackled by material thirst. It was life itself that greatly fascinated us. Ow! Yaku! Why are you like this? The blooming and wilting of flowers, the gathering and scattering of birds, these were the things that held us in thrall. Apart from that, only our true names could bind us. We were carefree so long as our mistress walked the earth, and we enjoyed her eternal paradise, her love, and her comfort. But tragedy would come, and our paradise crumbled as the mistress departed. Our revelry turned to mourning, and all that was good and lovely was violently perverted in that anguish. Woo! This is heavy shit, man. So we gave Al-Amar our true names and became his servants, for he promised to find us our eternal companion, our true master. Deluded hope and trust did we harbor in our hearts, and so forsook our freedom, accepting imprisonment within silver bottles and servitude to his realm. But what was lost was forever lost, never again to return. Guys, this is grim! I love you, honey! Thank you for luckies. My honey bunny. She's very sweet. Okay, back to being serious. But do not think that the Jinn were wanton servants. Only a love bordering upon madness could make the Jinn give their true names willingly. For it was their deep love for their mistress of flowers that drove them to embrace the desert from the first. Yet waking to face the tomfoolery of this barren world caused a surly Jinny to fall incurably in love with the shepherd. Hmm? You're awake? Yeah, that was a fucking story and a half. Thank you, Lilopa. Huh? What is going on? Are you outies, Puppety? Have a lovely evening. Please take care of yourself. Oh, it's late! Guys, what is 11:30? Goddamn. I once did have a daughter. Hmm? To the Jinn, love was a terrible chain driving those who fell into its pit to make sacrifices. Like that hyphae of a parasitic insect. Lillipause at it again with the scary analogies. Doing one more DMZ. I don't know what that is, but enjoy. We do not have this tedious thing humans call shame, so we do not shy away from discussing love or revealing one's all to a lover. Wow! I'm suddenly glad that you're just a bottle now. But to the Jinn, this mad love could not be reconciled to betrayal, or else hatred and vengeance 3 times greater would be sure to follow. That was the root of the fast that ended Gurabad, but that is a different tale. Now that you mention it, I'd like to ask a question. Did you really have no other goal in presenting your true name? It sounds like drugs to people who don't play Warzone. Isn't it like demilitarized zone or something, DMZ? I don't know. Enjoy your drugs, man. Might as well be drugs, yeah? I do have something I seek. I wish to go to the Eternal Oasis, just as you do. There are things there that have been left unfinished. Oh boy. Usually? Yeah, you see, that's what I thought it was. And I was like, you're doing what now? With your pregnant wifey? Mm-mm-mm. If I can only slowly tell you that our tale as a journey proceeds, but the time for that has not yet come. But know this, it is good fortune that I should have met you. He's hacking routers? Wait, what? Papa T's a hacker now? What shall you make this toast with? Me? Yes! Let's fucking go. Let's fucking drink this, Genie. She fucking sassy as all hell. Maybe she tastes spicy. By the way, do you play cards? No! She do- I'm not in the- Okay, I'm just asking. Do I have to play against this guy? Do I lose the opportunity forever if I don't do it now? Does anybody know? Papa T, what the? Why banana and a bagel? Papa T, no! Did y'all hear Kanye West is settling down in SA? Oh my god. I have even more reasons to leave the country now. What are we drinking? What are we drinking? What are we drinking? You're not drinking around the wee nuts? Is this the start of a joke? Actually, I saw that on Twitter earlier today as well. And I was like, I hope this is not true. You're glad to be rid of him, but y'all got enough problems. Lol, it's true. We definitely do got enough problems. I mean, what was it? On Thursday? Was it Thursday? I had no water for the whole day. And I was just like, bro, give me a break. I don't have electricity for most of the day. Twitter's a joke? I mean, it definitely can be. I'd say he would buy the country or something, but he lost all of his sponsors for being a dickhead. Yeah, like what the fuck, man? He's an asshole. We don't need more arsehole. We have our own arseholes. You keep yours, please and thank you. Stop sending your assholes to other people's countries. We don't want them. Oh my god, they're still talking. We have Elon. It's not even a fair trade. And keep him. Yeah, you can keep him. We have enough problems. Listen, if your country was as rotten and broken as ours, then yes, you could complain. But no, you're not allowed to. Y'all have got Disneyland and working electricity and And hello, potato motherfucker. What's cracking? You good? How's the potato fam doing? And you have Reese's. You have good things there, okay? So shush. You're not allowed to complain about Elon. Elongated musket. You're not allowed to complain about him. You all speak about the interesting things you heard about, as well as the hair-raising adventures you've been through. Some absolutely ridiculous hearsay is even mixed in. The three of you raise toasts to old triumphs, laugh at ridiculous tales, and proceeds, close the proceedings with a joke, and absolutely kills it. Nice. Yeah, but SA has me. What? Are you calling me a problem? Also, friend, we need to do something soon before you leave. That's what I keep telling people, and they're like, yeah, we should do something. I'm not organizing my own farewell. If y'all want to say goodbye, make a plan. Cupcake was asking me about it a while ago, and I was like, we could literally just do a picnic at like what is that place? Walter Sisulu? Because that place is nice. And it's going to be a lot cooler by the time I leave as well. So I think it'll be like prime picnic season. That bitch said he was organizing, but he was also like, who do you want to invite? And I was like, I don't know, people I know, I guess. And I was like, well, you can't just post on Twitter or on Discord and be like, hey, we're having a farewell. And then some people invite themselves. So, I don't know. We need to figure out who is coming and coordinate that way, I guess. So maybe we must just make, a group discussion somewhere to chat about things. When the moon hangs highest, Azaric tells a rather coarse joke about a crocodile and a sumpter beast, which loses him his blanket sharing privileges. What? What joke did he make? Jet tells you about many trivial but funny things. A light scent of spices wafts from her, and it seems to you that all the stories she has to tell you since your last parting seem tinged with this sadness. No! Actually do that, but change the venue for the real friend. No shame, man. The night flies by as you chat. As the next morning comes, you are buried in each other's pillows, asleep by the extinguished flame. Hello? What happened in the night? Spicy shit. Wait, is that the end? No, wait, there's more. Okay, we're good. I got 44k because I'm not getting AR anymore. I'm just getting straight up Kazash. What is this? Oh, I opened lots of chests today. Nice. There's more to this quest? Yeah. There's a fucking lot. Also, I can't believe I have to wait even longer. For fucking... Oh. Guys, how long have I been waiting already? I'm just gonna go cry in a hole, man. Wait, was it there? I have 200 fates just marinating. Oi, oi, oi. I can open these though. Attack? I think not. Anyway. I still have 8 days on that one. We're good. You need to level the feather. Oh, yeah. You said you got a really good feather. Tell us where the rolls go. I love when people ask me, how did you sleep? My answer, and Ma will tell you this is true. My answer every time will be, with my eyes closed. Why? How did you sleep? You don't sleep with your eyes closed? Every time. That'll be my answer every time. I'm very easily amused. In case you didn't already know this about me. It is very simple. Make a bad joke. Make Tato laugh. Okay, why did Lilapa have to use all those strange metaphors about bugs and scorpions? To Paimon half a night to get them out of her head. Glad you guys got some rest. I sure didn't. What? She came to find me. Oh shit. Lady of the night. It was an urgent thing. Oh. Some matters concerning the elders of the tribe. Oh my god. Interesting. I see we have happened upon some open secrets. Paimon? Question mark? Use the tunnels in the dunes to enter the underground portions of the Eternal Oasis. The most intricate system of canals, shaped to provide irrigation for the soil of the mortal kingdoms. Before the dune was encased in sandstorms, before Al-Amar was naught but dust, this place rolled with hills. Most fecund? I don't know this word in Verdant. You sleep like that? Oh my god. I believe that, Yoda. Those canals have long run dry. Fortunately, that lends them to our purposes quite well, allowing entry to the foundations of the oasis within the dunes. She can serve as our guide. Moreover, my tongue's as clever as that of a mockingbird, but you should know that by now. Debatable. I thought there was little need to go into detail. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know when, but at some point I removed the lid off of my multivitamin bottle and I've been fiddling with it this whole time. Not the worst thing to keep it on my table in front of me though, because otherwise I forget to take them. Ooh, this is cute. For me? Where is Girlie? She's down here. I want to see if we can get close to her without triggering the dialogue. Never mind. Game says no. Apprehending the traitor. Yes. Let's go. Oh, yeah, here. You can see the yellow. Very distinct yellow stripe there, and there's a red one. There's all these darker pink ones, but I don't know about those. That might be shading. But that is very red, and that is very yellow. Toads or centipedes? What? The Fatui are dangerous. Hmm. The broad strokes. Okay. Did he really tell us anything? Because I don't remember if he told us anything. Hmm. Oh. Man, there's a whole lot of spice going on here that I'm not quite following. But it's okay. We go into the ground, yeah? Whereabouts? Ah. How have I been playing this game for almost 5 hours now and I still have so much fucking shit to do? What have I done this whole time? Descend? Okay, so basically not be here. We go down? Yes, we go down. Whoop. While that is tempting, no, let's focus. There's something moving beneath the sand. I believe it is a wee nut. Oh no. Oh? Oh, we get a whole fucking cutscene? Let's go. Hell yeah. We're gonna collectively get our shit fucked up. Not Nana though, Nana's immune. Oh, he's like one of the rock guys with the crocodile. Very fucking cool. The emergence of the wee nut. You've seen that movie before, yeah? I love that they fight with us though. Very cool. Oh shit. Oh, she's pink. What the heck? So wait, is Jet still coming with us or? Because obviously this other guy, Azarek's not. He's like, bye bitches. And fucking joy. These battles give me hope for future pet characters. You mean like, kind of like companions of some kind? Are you British? My passport says I am. In brackets, not joking. Characters that have pets that actually fight instead of being a form of turret. None of the pets move currently. Oh, that's true actually. To be fair though, all the like pets are like little animals or... In fact, yeah, I think Yae Miko's the only one where it's like an actual turret. It's like a totem, I guess, if that makes more sense. Something wrong with the campsite. None of them made it out. But this place is forbidden. Keep moving. Okay. I think it would be cool if you could have like like an actual companion that would like fight with you. Just as like a, I don't know, they don't have to do insane damage, but they can like enable more things. So if you had like a little pet that just applied an element for you, they don't need to do any damage. No damage whatsoever. They just apply the element. it could open up so many more like team comps. Hard agree. You want a pet in Genshin? Yeah, the closest we have is just the little floaty guys. But can I call you Tides? You also play Genshin? What teams do you like to use? What characters are your favorites? Tell me all the things. What color was your first Seelie? That'll tell you a lot about a person. The color of their first Seelie. You play Genshin a little bit? Just a little. Oh, spicy.
小牵手，
Guys, I was in, so my in-laws, the parentals, they go birding a lot. You know, like Pokemon, right? But with birds. And so they go to like a lot of like bush areas. You know, the wild and all. And in the car today, there was the teeny tiniest, most adorable little jumping spider. But it was so bouncy that, because I was trying to move it to safety, because I love jumping spiders. I was trying to move it to safety, and this little man's was going hams. He was bouncing all over the place, and then at some point he just straight up bounces off the chair. I don't know where he went, but I hope he's doing okay. Anyway, they sometimes pick up insects and stuff, like not on purpose, obviously, but they'll pick up stuff in these areas. I guess we need to have that door open before we can go in, but anyway. Yeah, they once accidentally brought home a cicada, and if you don't know what a cicada sounds like, it's not that cute, you know, background noise-ish kind of cicada that you hear in anime. It is fucking deafening, screeching, bloody murder. You would think, in fact, that they were being murdered with the way that they scream. And they're basically just sitting in the tree screaming, fuck me, because that's all they do. They sleep, they wake up, they fuck, and then they go back to sleep again. Assholes. Anyway. Raiden, Kujosara. Who's Jazu? Jazu? And Benny Balkin. Jumping spider? You love spideys? Cicadas are extremely loud, yeah, they're fucking awful. I always wondered, you know, when I was younger. What the fuck? What cicadas all about? No, they're all about making you hate your life, making you question all your decisions up until that point. Oh, Kazuha. I call him Kazoo. Cause why not? Okay, interesting comp. I don't have Kazuha, so... You got a cicada as a pet? Why? Do you have trouble hearing? After having it? I mean, not before. You had to return him? To where? To whomst? Who's giving out cicadas as pets? I don't understand. You gave him back to nature? You just threw him outside? Be like, fuck you, buddy. Drive out of your neighborhood and fling him at a tree. To the pet shop? What pet shop did you go to that had cicadas? I just want to know so I can avoid it. Oh, I've been clicking through this. I haven't been reading. Let's give it a go. I pay attention as the dialogue finishes. I'm so glad. Your pet shop has insane animals? You're telling me they have fucking cicadas? Who in their right mind? Maybe you were supposed to feed it to something else. Maybe that was the purpose of the cicada. Maybe it was not actually a pet. All along it was meant to be food for something else. Oh wait, didn't we come from this way? We did, I think. Yes, we did. This is fine. They were actually selling it as feed. Oh, man. It sounds like you made a questionable decision there. You made a choice, and it perhaps was a very wrong one. But, maybe an opportunity to learn. You wanted to save the boy? Listen, can I recommend, if you want to save some animals that are feeders, rats make wonderful pets. They're very cute. Unfortunately, they have a pretty short lifespan. But they are adorable as hell. Oh, this is Yao Yao. Whoops. Wrong cheap. And look, if you're willing to house a cicada, why not a rat? Your heart was in the right place. For a cicada? I think not. You were trying to save their bloodline? No, ended immediately. Cast them into the fire where they belong. They're awful little shits. You had a rat for a bit, but they are too short-lived. They are! It's a heartbreaking! I looked at getting a jumping spider as a pet, and they have even shorter lifespans than a rat. I was like, no, I can't. I cannot deal with it. I can't handle the heartbreak. I could never. Connecting something. Something about sand. It might open a path. Born of ignorance. How rude. Lilipar, you need to relax, girlie. The plan is worth a try. You're getting on my nerves, Ginny. I agree. This Ginny can fuck right off. It is my acknowledgement you are receiving, little one. You had a girlfriend and broke up with her, but my rat dying was 10 times worse. Oh, man. I mean, your name is Heartless Tides, so... You know. You like seeing people with pet rats? Have you ever had a pet rat, Rara? Also, you said to call you Rara earlier, but I was actually making jokes earlier with, like, giving everyone short names, because for all of the Dendro characters in this game, I give them short names as well. So we had a Jaja, Mama, Yo-Yo, Toto, and Momo, and I'm Nana. All the short names. He was the best boy. Oh, man. You know, I follow, there's a rat subreddit. I think it's just called Rats. I mean, I'm sure there's several, but the one that I follow in particular is called Rats. And people keep posting their, like, pictures of their rats, and they're like, what gender do you think this rat is? And this rat's got the biggest fucking balls you've ever seen. So people these days will just joke and say, oh, she looks pregnant. Because it looks so big. But also when a rat is pregnant, instead of saying that she's pregnant or that she has babies, they would just say she looks like she's had a lot of soup. And now they call babies souplings, and I'm just like, that's the fucking cutest thing. You can't have a pet rat? They're not allowed where you live? Oh, that's fair enough. Yo, mods, check my message. No, Heartless Tides, I'm looking at your message. And I'm trying to decide if I want to allow it. Never mind. Mao was like, this message is okay. This message has been brought to you by Mao Kamikaze. He allowed the message to go through. Oh wait, you blocked it, Mao. I thought you allowed it to go through. I think that can stay in purgatory. Yeah, that was a little bit crude. But it made me laugh. But yeah, people do point out the male rats have got giant balls all the time. Yeah, it's all good. You're new here. We'll let it slide. But check yourself before you wreck yourself, man. Just saying. You're both small and young. That makes you the littlest one. Us? Me? Could not be me. So we've seen her change to 3 different colors now. She's normally yellow. She's changed to pink and red. What does it all mean? I just want my shiny treasures, man. And this? Can I get crushed in this? Boys! No, thank you. Do not want to buy any. You know, a lot of people say that they'll behave, and it's normally the people who say they'll behave being the ones who don't behave. So, time will tell, I guess. No sus? Oh. What is this? Does it move? I believe you. Oh, there we go. Oh, wow! Common chest. Thanks. An avocado. Yeah. Connect the junctions. If anyone is found with a rat, they have to pay a fine up to 5,000 CND. That's Canadian, right? Canadian doodles. Whoa! The fuck? That spooked me. Why him do that? That's mad shit though. I wonder why. I wonder if maybe rats are a problem in that area. And there's another big boy over here. G-Max is here? We don't want G-Max. Bring Yoda back. We want a Yodoodles. We want a Yodoras. What if, and I'm just saying, what if you had mice instead? Or is that too much causing troubles? Oh! Oh! Hello, there's sand! Are we gonna get a sand waterfall? How does this work? Oh my god, it's doing a thing, guys! I don't know what's going on! But there is sand falling! And now there is things thumping and stuff's happening. Oh! Well, I don't fucking know, but apparently I did it. Yeah. Ah, Canada? Alberta is rat-free. There's a whole program for report. What? Did something happen? I'm not familiar with Alberta. I have friends in Canada. But honestly, Canada's pretty large. It's pretty fucking large. But I think a lot of it's not inhabited. Because you're an endangered species. The polar bears and the Mises are out to get you. They steal your cars, they steal your women and your children. No, I'm joking. Or am I? What? Oh my god, there's another boy. I was like, why is there one singular mushroom and then there was another one and then I killed that one and then there was another one? That's so crazy. We have... I don't want to say we have a problem, but I used to see rats on the regular just walking to university in the morning. Because, I guess my university had a lot of, like, pubs and bars and stuff. Which, honestly, it shouldn't have. But, you know, students be studenting. And so there was probably a lot of food everywhere. It was a paradise. But there was also lots of, like, on the side of the road, there was, like, lots of bushes and stuff. And that's where they used to hide. Hi, G-Max, I'm Yoda. Wait, what? The confusion is real. Okay, wait, what was I doing? This way. Is this like pipes that we're connecting? Is that what's happening here? Oh, that's a real boy. Hello. Whoop. Also, Yoda, have you had your drinking stream yet? Did that happen and I missed it? What is going on? Oh! Okay. What? The path ahead lies beneath the sands. Okay. It'll take years for just us few to dig it out. Fret not, let us hunt about for mechanisms nearby that might help drain the sand. The government decided in 1950 that all rats are bad. Most people mistake muskrats, mice, and other creatures as rats. What is a muskrat? Is it a rat? Whoa. I've been raided all over the place. It did, but I'll have another again. I just don't want to drink a lot. Yeah, that's fair. Whatever you're comfortable with. Muskrat. Is it an actual rat or is that just its name? Because oh, that is so cute! What the hell? Oh my god, the little tail! Oh, guys. What are these things? Are they actually rats? Because they look a little bit like a teeny tiny beaver. Semi-aquatic rodent. Oh my god, they're so cute. Wait, I need to show you guys. Wait. They're not rats. I think. They're rodents. But they look like teeny tiny beavers. Where is this? Oh. This bad boy. Look at the little tail. They look like beavers, man! Like a teeny tiny beaver. He looks like he's eating bread. Oh my god, they're so cute. Oh no! Y'all eat muskrats? Please tell me that's not a muskrat in there. It do look like a beav. Oh no. Man's got a carrot. Muskrat removal? No, I want him. You can come live in my garden. Look at their little face though. Oh! Are they a pest? Tell me they don't be looking like a beav though. You chased one of them? Muskrat festival and cooking? Okay, I don't want to click on that one. Look at his little yellow toofies. He was in a parking lot. I scrolled out of the sewer grate. Oh god. Okay. Oh, he got like bright orange teeth. Is it the same deal like with beavers? They need to have like lots of iron in their teeth or something to keep them strong. Oh, this is a mink. That's not a muskrat, that's a mink. They're also cute. I like these kind of like scrappy animals. For example, I love opossums, and they are possibly one of the scrappiest things. Look at the little babies. Oh. We don't have opossums here, but I still love them. Look at these scrappy little bastards. No, cute as hell, man. Him's just on his way. Minding his business. Gooby as hell. Look at that little gooby face. And then they got little gooby babies on their back as well. This one looks like it's in pain. Is that a tiny paw? I've been hissed at by more than one of those. It's because they're minding their own business. They're on their way to do their own thing. And you are interfering. Let them be. They're scary when you expect a cat and see that instead. They were eating the cat food. Yeah, they were doing their own thing. They were eating the cat food. They're called trash cats for a reason. My favorite is that the babies are like little fruits, and when they are ripe they will fall off the mama tree, and then they will go about and live their own lives. Hissing at people and terrifying those who misidentify them as a cat. You get some that are fucking huge, though. I've seen some people with pet opossums and they get gigantic. I thought raccoons were trash cats. No, those are trash pandas. Raccoons are trash pandas. These ones are trash cats. Look at that little face. Oh. And then the alternative is this face. But you get some really ugly opossums, I'm not gonna lie. Not all of them are cute. Some of them have really awful faces, and I'm just like, sorry mate, you really lost the gene lottery there. I'm looking for an ugly one. These have all been very cute so far. You get some that are just plain ass ugly. I saw one earlier, and it's one that I see all the time. Where is he? Oh, I don't remember which picture it was now. I must have clicked on something and seen something underneath it. But yeah, I love these little babies. Look at that scary little face. They look very cute from the front, but they look fucking terrifying from the side. Like, do not approach. But if you had to see this little face, oh, bless. But if you had to see him from the side, no thank you. Absolutely not. Oh, they're so cute, man. Look at those little faces. Little babies. I could sit and look at pictures of opossums all day, I'm not gonna lie. Oh man. Look at this one. There's babies in there. She got soup. The googly eyes? Yeah, there's a few that have googly eyes. Oh. Show more results? Why do I have to click this? Just give me more. Whoops. What have I clicked on? A possum nursed back to health after vicious dog attack? Okay, I definitely don't want to see that one. No, thank you. So small. So itty bitty. Look at the baby soups. And then there's this picture. And this gives you reason to be afraid of them. Look at those teeth. And they're always screaming. They know the truth about life. That's why they're screaming. They know. We don't know. But they know. Aw, rest in peace. This is Mushroom. This girly. This is Mushroom. Maybe you've seen her somewhere before. She passed away, I think, last year. She was very, very photogenic. Look at that sweet little face. Even from the side, Mushroom cute as fuck. I don't know why the pictures are so blurry, man, but it's okay. Also, some people don't... This guy is not very beautiful. He's a little too scrappy looking for me. This one's very pretty, though. Mushroom eating marshmallows in God's pos pouch now? Hell yeah! She's just smacking. I think she liked, like grapes and stuff. It was awful watching her eat. Because it's a little bit gnarly. But, yeah. Watching her grab it, like grab things with her little feet. Also, some people don't know the difference between possums and opossums. Possums, if I'm not mistaken, are in Australia. But opossums, this is only in North America. The only marsupial in North America. But yes, I love them. And Google's like, you've had enough. You've reached the end. I'm like, this is a lie. This is well and truly a lie. I have not reached the end of the search results for a possum. Stop being full of shit, Google. Anyway. Imagine reaching the end. Where's my game? There it is. I saw a possum scare the shit out. What? Juice? Oh, thank you. Ray brought me hot chuckies. It do be like that? Yeah. I don't know, man. Growing up in South Africa, I'm cautious of being around animals anyway, so... I feel like if you don't have a lot of wildlife in your space, maybe you're not so used to it. Man, I watched a video. I don't know where the video was from exactly, but I watched a video of a woman getting attacked by a rabid fox, and I was just like, Jesus. It was very scary. It screeched. You ran. You ran out of there? Fair enough. I'm pretty sure I would run too if it screeched. You have a big snake as a pet now? Oh my goodness. What kind of snake is it? I used to have a snake when I was younger. Ball python? Don't those I was about to say, those motherfuckers get big. I got chased by a potentially rabid fox when I was like 12. Jesus Lord. I don't know if you've seen that that video, jargon, of the woman getting, like, essentially mauled by this fox. Because when animals are rabid, they kind of lose their fear. They have no inhibitions. They don't... Oh, hello. They aren't scared of anything. There's nothing to stop them from just running at you. For whatever reason. I don't know why. It's got something to do with, what is it, a virus? Rabies is a virus or something. So yeah, they just go fucking bonkers. And they'll go after you. You give geese, meese, and deer space when I see them. Why we don't call them meese? Why are they called mooses? Why no meese? I would call them meese. I mean, I just did, but you know. I think, okay, yes, I am not particularly fond of birds. Birds are scary. Because you can't really You can't really tell what birds are thinking. Like with mammals, you can kind of figure them out, and especially like insects, you can see when they're about to like go fight mode. But birds, neighbor, they will fuck your shit up without any warning. They'll be lovey-dovey the 1 second, and they'll fuck your shit up the next second. So I have a wild distrust of birds. I like them, don't get it twisted, but I do not trust them. I'm very scared of them. English language is weird. It is! It's an awful language. I don't know why so many people want to learn it, want to speak it. I used to be an English teacher, so... On the daily, I was talking to people who wanted to learn this horrible language that made no sense. But anyway. He's a good boy. You give him snaky kisses? Oh my goodness. I did not read that correctly, but it's okay. The whole of Australia lost a war to emus. Exactly. No, those things are scary though. I would just give up. If my enemy was Boib, I'd be like, goodbye. I'm done. Oh, can I go under that? No. Make it make sense. I definitely fit under there. I'm not too sure. I'm trying to think now. Obviously I have to do something here. Did I miss something? Oh, there's a button here. Did I press this button already? Oh, I need to do it again. Oh. Because I opened this. And this go... Yes? Okay, we figured it out. Good job. Birds are cool, but I keep distance. Yeah. Some birds are okay, but I've been dive bombed by a magpie. I don't think we necessarily have very aggressive birds in South Africa. We just have one that's really annoying called the Hardy-Dar. Similar to the Australian bin chicken. I think it's a sacred ibis, but for us we have the other ibis. I don't remember what it's called. I can never remember what it's called. We call it a Hardy-Dar though. They're very annoying. It's very well known. You can give a South African PTSD just by playing the sound of a Hardy-Dar. We've all been woken up at an ungodly hour from those things screaming. Why am I in the ground? So yeah. People make fun of the emu war. But bro, don't you ever fuck with a big bird? Oh yeah, definitely. We have ostriches. It is known. Do not fuck with the big birds. Because they will fuck your shit up. Ostrich, I'm pretty sure that an ostrich can one-shot kill you if it hits you in the stomach. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. I've been wrong before. But I'm pretty damn sure that that's how dangerous they are. They've got fucking... I don't know about emus, size-wise, but like... Definitely ostriches. Easily fuck your shit up. The talons on their feet are mad. They can rip your shit up. Yeah. And cassowaries? Cassowaries, I think, are the most dangerous bird. I don't know. I think they're more aggressive than ostriches, and that's maybe why. What's this one about? Oh? Did we do something? I am not sure. Did that do anything? Oh. Got him. Whoa, that was a weird zoom in. raven that flies from my window. You feed it, but you're scared of it? Nah, if you're nice to it, it'll be nice to you. Ow, there's a lot. Yeah, I don't think we have any really like aggressive birds in South Africa. I don't know. I've never been attacked. I know sometimes the seagulls by the coast can be a bit vicious, but I think that's seagulls everywhere. You'll lose your food if you don't keep an eye on it. Wait a damn second. Is this a different place? Yeah, we're still going down. We're just going more down now? Hmm. You've been attacked by seagulls in a Burger King parking lot. Birds are the closest dino predators that exist. Well, I'm not very smart in the ways of dinosaurs, but I think they are very close relatives. Birds and I guess any living reptile, so like crocodiles, lizards, tortoises, you know, them boys. Whoa, hello, waypoint. I'll take that. Easy 5 primos. You got a nasty surprise when you went to the beach, motherfucker. Okay. Is this a friend? It's not a friend. You have a fear of birds? Completely understandable. Birds are creepy motherfuckers. Can I tell you though, one of my favorite birds is probably one of the scariest birds. It's called the... What is this? Shiny light? It's called the Shubal stork. They are terrifying. They clack their beak together and it sounds like a motherfucking gun. Aha, there's 2 friends here. Boop. It's actually quite interesting. If you're not familiar with them. Oh, what the hell, man? Weak asses. Was there a fucking... There's... My guy is just chilling there. I don't know how he didn't get hit by anything, but okay. Cool. Cool story. Yes, Shubal storks. They're very cool. I love them. They're like... fluffy dinosaurs. And they make me hope and pray that dinosaurs were actually as fluffy as they are. You've never heard of them? You're American? Well, they're not from South Africa. I actually don't know where Shubal storks are from. They are, I think, not as big as an ostrich. They are still pretty large. Can y'all stop spawning? That would be nice. I don't know where they're from, now that I think about it. I don't think they're here. They look very prehistoric, right? With those fucking massive beaks? Wow. Easily snap your fingers off. They some weird ass birds for sure. They are, but they look cute. I think they're adorable. Call me crazy. They're cute as hell, man. Nay, Brew, I'm not in the mood. Go away. They look like something... Because they look a bit like a Muppet. They are a little bit Muppety. Hmm. Interesting. What'd he do? Ah. And then? Oh, where are you going, bud? Are we going this way? And then? You're gonna get blown away. Oh, I see. Make a like so. And then like so. Why you gotta make it so complicated? You literally could have gone in a straight line, but okay. And then? We go more? Oh, thank God. I thought he was gonna go the other way. Just to cause me heartache. Oh! Oh shit! Okay. Is that what I was supposed to be doing? I thought I was... I thought I was solving the thing. I don't know if I'm supposed to go that way. Was I supposed to go up? Oh, I got bamboozled. Did I... How did I go completely the wrong way? I literally turned around. I looked at the snake and I was like, no, I'm going to go the opposite direction now. What the fuck? Small brain. Oh, that's cute. Lilupa. Goodbye. I want to go see what this thing does. How many am I missing? Oh, load. That's a lot. Let's see if we have stuff for it. We're missing the snake and the... I've never seen this one before. Precipice. Okay. That's maybe a new one. Because there's a couple that I am not familiar with. Okay, okay. Well, let's go see what Lilupa wants. There's a copy pasta of her. Does it make her bigger? Because it looks bigger than her already. Oh! Hello? What was that? She got a thing on her? As the shard of light merges with the Lilupa's magic bottle, you feel a little bit of your own power being pulled away? Through the genie's entranced eyes, you see a ragged shepherd boy along with a dancing maiden. Her presence resplendent like a limpid gem beneath the moon's gaze. Festering hatred assails your senses before alchemizing into primal burning love in a sudden instant. Such love cannot be contained by the vessel of a mortal. It is an emotion that can swallow one whole. What the hell? Then mortal, what desire of yours can I make manifest? Whoop. This seems sussy. Sussy as all hell. What the heck's going on? It was a memory. Someone else's memory. I don't know what I'm saying. Blue, pink, yellow. Just like the lights at Soul. What? Did they have the disco? I was gonna say the disco dildo, but what did I see? There was a post. Where did I see it? I don't remember. Ray might have sent it to me, but it was what, a condom that changes color if the other person, or if someone's got an STD or something. And then it like zooms out and it's this house that has like rave lights going off. Is that what was going on in there? Seems very sussy. Let's change subjects. Yeah, I also don't want to know about this jet. This quest is long as heck. Yeah, Aura, you're telling me. I've been here for 5.5 hours. We're collecting your fragments. Yeah? This is because we Jinn always release energy around us to create an environment conducive to our slumber. Hope you shall bear this in mind. It took you 7? Oh my god. I'm tired already. So did that little feather grow on her? Did she have that before? It took me 0 because no thanks. And that's with Smashing X? Oh my god. You don't follow the story, Aura? Oh, she did get a little wingy. Oh, that's cute. Very interesting. Okay, well that's how Noir knew how I fuck all. I did nothing. I had made no progress. Because he even said, he was like, something about, like, she was small or something. I don't know what he said. He said something. He said words that meant something. Not to me, but maybe to other people. You sneaky bastard! Fucking precipice piece of shit. Jargon, you gonna be doing skip meta through this? I guess since you've seen some of it on my side, maybe you can. Which one else? I needed the snake. Damn it. Ancient temple. Ooh. A water supply station. Okay. I ain't gonna attack them if they don't attack me. I'm just gonna let them live their lives. They seem happy down here. This place used to be the greenhouse and reservoir. Oh. It's not looking very green. If it's not required for Explo, I probably just won't do it. That's the thing. I think it might be required for exploration because there's things that you can't access in the desert, things that you can't do because the genie is not strong enough. So I think you do need it to some extent. Oh, Jesus Lord. Mind your business, sir. Let's go. Whoa, I didn't crit. It's fine, she's still slapper. Nice. Skip through it eventually. They'll have a proper skip button. How far in the future are we talking, man? Because I feel like that's not going to happen anytime soon. Oh! Free chest. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Ah! I don't want that. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Oh, I done goofed. Your EU account's going to finish in Azuma. Damn. Was I too slow? Ah. Hmm. I do that other one too soon, maybe? No? There's a rock pile in there that I want. I don't know what this motherfucker does. If anything. What if I just do this one? It doesn't seem to do anything, I'm not sure. Oh, that one can't go through. This maybe looks like Later's problem. If it takes them years, I'm probably on schedule. Yeah, you'll be fine. They got time to work on it. Oh wait, this is where we came from, yeah? Someone say pizza? Yoink! I know these boys. I don't know where the last one was though. There we go. Pizza. Tell him, Yonfei. Let's go, girly. I hope there's only 4. There we go. Tell him. I don't know if that did anything interesting. It did! Wow. Neverlight and Everlight. That's sounding very familiar. Gimme Primos. Yeah. Link. We went through this way, right? Oh, we didn't! Okay. No one goes to Enconomia, so they brought it to us. Oh, the snake! Is that the one I needed? No, thank you. I don't want to buy any. Oh, Jesus! The cutscenes are seeming a little bit janky lately. I don't know what's going on. It's not even a proper cutscene. It's just like a... Yoink! Your character's looking here now. Yeah, we're going here. I can't remember. Does that mean it's alive or not? Oh, okay. Let's try something. Nice. White or grey means alive. The rocks are alive! It's also a good way to get the names of mobs. No ways. If you're close enough, does it tell you the names? Oh my god. Today I learned AR-60 player.
手牵手，
These things have names. I mean, obviously they had names, you know. But they have names? No ways. Let's go see what this does. Oh, Jesus! Oh, I was like, that girlie looks a lot like Jet. And then I was like, hold on. It is Jet. She's just kind of vibing. She's just kind of hanging out with us. Oh, she's Hydro? Very nice.
微光无射，奥女看破，
自己智慧之殿堂全都看见了。绿果，你速速退下！哎，
Whoa. Shiny light. This is the most screen time Yunfei's gotten in ages. Whoa. Oh, this is in the big old swirly whirlies. Oh, let's motherfucking go. This place was full of water. It's the butthole of the desert, that's what it is. Mechanism once built to sustain a dream of eternity, to supply the oasis forever and always. It was once propelled by water, but is now driven only by sand. King Deshret left his glass goblet there. Here, there, everywhere. At the center of this place, the tales speak of him bidding farewell to joy and leaving his cup behind. Here. Oh, Jesus! As a receptacle to contain past traumas and memories. And those traumas and memories protected the eternal sleep of my mistress, the Lord of Flower. Oh my god. Was that something that happened in your time? I suppose, but the details elude my recollection, what with my memories being as scattered as they are. We needed to go down there and activate that glass. See how there's still 2 points of entry? Perhaps there are more mechanisms that we need to disable. Have faith in my intuition, dear master. Head back to the surface, find another path. I dare not claim to be certain. With loose confidence, I believe so. Okay. I need to look around some more. Yeah, fuck, I'm nosy. The cup overfloweth with motherfucking sand. Shit. This shit is intense though. I don't think there's too much necessity to run around here for now. Since I don't think we can go down there. I wonder what happens if we do try and go— Oh! Immediately no. Hello? Who dis? Game says no. Does everyone disappear like that for a second? No? Why does Yanfei do that? You see, she has like a little blank. Hello, Hacks? Does my fucking go? No? Oh, man. She has like a weird little blank. She magic? She do be magic. You'd think the two gods would be a bit more magic than that. But interesting. So there truly was nothing for me to look at there. Cool. So glad I wasted my time. I wonder if there's a rock up there. Let's go have a look. There's also these boys everywhere. They're Puzal. Woo!
Saw this on Hoya Olab. Are you Diluc? Cause I won't mind losing 50-50 to you.
What? Is not this one? Maybe there is another. Oh, this boy is here also. Let us change. Changey.
实验
Uh-oh! Spicy boys.
无处遁逃。西弗里测试。
Found it cheesy but cute. Whoa! That is very aggressive sand falling down. Do you like him, Yoda? Cause like either I feel like people either like him or they dislike him. People feel very strongly about him one way or the other. And honestly, after getting his skin, I kind of forgot he existed. Until people bring him up, and then I'm like, oh yeah, shit. We have that guy. This is not the one I wanted. Not really? Ah, okay. No, I was just curious. I relied on him a lot in the beginning of the game. Because he was my first 5-star. And he was strong like a bull. You know? To think I was willing to buy that outfit. He's not a bad character though. He's just, I guess, underutilized these days. Whoa! Get exploded, man. I don't know. I don't regret buying it. I think it's a really nice outfit. They put a lot of work into it. So I quite like it. That's also not the one I needed. You bought it on 2 accounts and he is double benched. It's a good fit. It is. The nice thing, the thing that I like about it the most is the change of like the particles, the like his attacks or whatever. Man, it is so nice. That said, my boy's been benched for ages. I don't remember the last time I played with him. I think he can be a fun character. I mean, I had loads of fun with him in the beginning. He's not, but I'd rather use Hu Tao, Yanfei, or Yoimiya. I mean, when you have so many options, yeah, sure, definitely. I have Hu Tao, she's not built. Oh, we're just returning to the surface? Sorry, I had to stretch. My body was feeling crunchy. Yeah, I mean, Yoimiya is like a ranged deluxe, so really it's only a positive to use her instead. I said return to the surface, but it's making me go down now. What? Even further down? Oh my- No, you didn't! How? My Yao Yao- No, that wasn't even Yao Yao, that was Nana, she did. All you have to do is say hi, oh my god. Are you Lumine? Cause I can be Lu and you can be mine. You see, that would work if her name was Lumine. Little wildcats! Oh man. What a coinky dink. Is this guy a bad guy?
Girl, are you Osmantha Swine? Cause I can't wait to share the memories.
Oh my god. If Zhongas had a pickup line, none of us would be tired of hearing about Osmantha Swine. No, I lie. I think we would still be very tired of hearing about Osmantha Swine. We should have an option to switch off the voice, like the idle sounds. Let me tell you a story. This thing is full of stories. I'm tired of her already. The cold of the desert nights bears a heft to its chill, and murmurs of secrets whisper over the midnight dunes. Bask beneath the silvery fang of the crescent moon. With a low voice, the genie breathes life into a tale from an age long past. Once a genie and a mortal king found themselves entwined in love, and from their union came children. But as time flowed, the mortal could not break the chains of power and ambition that clung to him, betraying the love of the genie. Hence, on the path of revenge, she twisted the fates of her children, wreathing them in a plot to unmake their father and kingdom. And time sailed ever onward. The children of the genie grew to become king and queen, yet fell to the same schemes, to the same curse, until their kingdom was finally shattered upon reaching calamity's end. Such an ending, then, was that which the genie had orchestrated from the very beginning. Jesus Christ. That was a scary story, horrifying even, but what does that have to do with my question?
Girl, are you Shenhe? Because dem titties.
Them tig old bitties. You're right, tig old bitties, not just them titties. Tig old bitties. I wonder how Brian would read that. The genie in the story is not so unlike... What? Where they differ, however, is the shape requests for renown. The complete account wears them like a mask. There's a creature of deceit. Oh! I tasted wafting from her very being. Jesus. The Lilapar's got no fucking chill. No filter, no chill. Be it son or daughter, all children are but instruments for her schemes. If you were absent, my master, I fear I might be quite fond of her. Things are different. She threatens your safety. Woo!
Jargon 1674 screamed I am well versed in the tig ol' biddies.
Nice. You have spent more time with her and must have taken orders from her. Orders that the left hand must never learn of. Ooh. Oh my goodness.
Are you Lumen? Because I've been
Lumen?
searching the whole world for you.
Lumen? Brian sometimes. I mean, he never fails to entertain. Yes, Yoda? What is Hoyolab?
Girl, are you staff of Homer? Because if I had to, I'd swipe to bring you home.
It's not called Staff of Homeless for nothing.
Hey, are you a commission? Because I'd love to do you 4 times a day.
No ways. Was that on Hoyolab? Are people doing like pickup lines for Valentine's Day or something? Oh my goodness. So is this guy dodgy or not? Because now I'm a little bit confused. This story's sad as hell, man. Woo!
Boy, you make me feel like a hydro slime cause I'm wet all the time, Kev.
Oh no! Oh man, what the heck? Also, I might be changing my stream schedule a bit going forward. Because for the most part, weekends seem to be a lot lighter on load shedding. So I don't know. I might be doing more weekend streams and then less streams during the week. I don't know. We'll have to see. The word slime in that makes it very off-putting. What do you think you could replace it with? Yeah, weekend. We're gonna have weekend Tato. Somewhat more chaotic than weekday Tato. You can't really because context, but it just makes it feel gross. It could be like, boy, are you a trying to think of a hydro unit. Suddenly, I remember nothing about this game that I've been playing for 2 years. In any way, are you a blah blah hydro unit? Continue rest of joke. I don't know. Sleep, close your eyes. The eternal oasis welcomes the lonely wanderer. Lay upon the pure and flowing streams, for here memories are forever sweet and pure. Hydro gunner? Oh boy, are you a hydro gunner? Motherfucking primos. You know what that means. Woo!
Boy, are you a rainstone? Because me and everyone around me gets wet when I slap you.
No! Unsay that immediately. My brain is like buffering. I was like, wait, why did I open that menu? I hate seeing the little red blippies. Oh. The fuck did I aggro? There are people who aren't trying. Do you have geo power? Because now I've got... Yeah, that's just, yeah. I want to use the word crass. I don't know. I think it fits the situation pretty well. There's just no thought behind it. There's just like haha pee joke funny. Pee hard joke funny. Haha. You know? that's the feeling I'm getting from it. I feel like you could do a lot of things with a hydro gunner. I don't want to know what you're doing with the hydro gunner, thank you very much. That's your business. All of your loot is gonna fall to the ground. Oh, no. For some reason, did not slide down at all. Interesting. Okay.
Are you Bennett? Cause I'd like to book and that book.
哦，你看不？西弗利测试，
Why was that one so funny? Maybe more goofy than funny. Hmm. What's that guy down there doing? This looks like a very long and complicated puzzle, but it's okay. Bro. Who asked? Anyway. No, Raiden, you betrayed me.
Not Diluc, but can I still get in dem jeans?
Why would he be getting in dem jeans over literally anyone else? Just asking out of curiosity. Yeah, I know, because you're gonna invite yourself to the party. So rather just... Oh, because Jean? Janna! I see now, I see. That makes a lot more sense. Now that I read that it was capitalized. Oh, these ones no changey? Hmm. How no? Where match? Well, it ain't these ones. And it wasn't these ones either. Raiden, relax. What the fuck? Huh? What? I'm so confused. And those ones as well? Oh, I have no idea what I just did. But that was a complete mistake, so I don't know. So you figure out these motherfuckers. But there is a tried and tested method for this kind of puzzle, yeah? Oopsie daisy. Just a straight up oopsie daisy, because that was not what I meant to do at all, but it's what happened, so you know. We'll take our wins where we get them. I only meant to hit the one. I was going to cycle through and just keep tapping the other one. But then it invited itself to death, so you know. Oh, that's not a very good character. Yogui!
道光亦是永恒。
Man's getting yoinked.
无处遁逃。
That's what you get. Motherfucker. Okay. And this? Oh. These ones you can't change. Ta-da! Is it time sensitive at all? Hope not. Cause that's gonna fucking suck. But yes, the firing squad of rabbits, I love it. It is much easier when there's just two, because then you can just cycle through quite easily. Oh? Hmm? Oh, Jesus. Don't ask why that gave me a fright. I do not have an answer for you. Quite simply. That is not a thing that should have given me a fright. But here we are. Ooh, shiny. No, that was spicy. Truly. Spices with this one.
Forget about rolling on the banners. How about we roll between the shield
Whoa! Okay, that's a pretty good one. Not gonna lie. Bit spicy. But definitely a lot more than a 5-second thought that went into that one. Not haha pee pee hard rock joke. You know? Low hanging fruit. Raiden can work in just about any comp and she would make it a lot more fun. Like, not even as a main DPS, just as a support. It's hard to find the good ones, yeah? Yeah, that makes sense. Judging by the Genshin fandom on Twitter, that's not surprising at all. Oh, there's a boy down there. The fuck is that? Weird blue thing sticking out of the rock. Cool. No doubt, no doubt. Okay. But I don't know what that other thing solved, if anything, to be honest. Did we finish it? Was this it? Part of me wants to leave this chest here. Do we have to do it in a certain order? Well, Amber, now it's your time to shine. Tell them. One. Nope. Okay. Oh, there we go. 2. Huh? Maybe that's not right. 3. 4. Hey! Anyway, I was gonna leave this one so that I can come and take a screenshot with Shenhe. But I know I have at least one more shrine left, so it's fine. She'll have the last shrine. That was not a bad puzzle to solve. Oh yeah, I wanted to see. Oh, we need no more? I think? I actually don't remember how much you need to level the thing now. But let's go have a look anyway. Oh, I have 57 energy stuff. What is it called? Resin? I think I'm maxed on condensed resin. Oh, it's 20 past 1. I need to go ask Ray if we're doing dailies and stuff.
好像有什么奇怪的东西，不去看吗？不去看看吗？
Yes, it's very late. It's very late. Alright, I just want to go turn this thing in. I might just, Trying to think. Probably gonna do some domains. No! Why am I like this? I done goofed, guys. Oh, what the heck? Too short, too small. Anyway, I wanted to go hand in this and see. Damn it. Okay, it was fine. I was hoping I was gonna get blue wishes, but I just remembered now that I actually got a 5-star already, so it's okay. Wow. But also, more wishes. Hey? What do you mean? Oh, god damn it, not this again. Why show us the more rewards if you can't get them? That's some bull poopies. Unbelievable. Basically what they're saying is you play our game too much. Stop your shit. Like, okay, dude. Ah, I need to stop clicking on that. Alright, I think I might be getting ready to skedoodles. Because it is late. It is almost 1:30 in the morning. I can understand why Jargon's awake, but Yoda, sleep when? Sleep when, friend? Amber, you can't even climb up here, girlie? Wow. You're in voice chat with friends? Oh, fair enough then. How are you watching a stream and chatting with people? I could never. My attention would be super divided. What is this? Oh! This year's Lantern Rite is here during the festive season. It is your company and dedication that makes this grand celebration special. We sincerely thank you for joining us. Here's a token of our appreciation. Oh! Wow! Tian and Johnny say hi. Hi, friends. Gift 1 of 5. We get 50k Mora. 1 fate. Bountiful year. And universal peace. Bless them. I love this. This is a very nice gift and a very nice message. I know everyone got this message, but I like it. Thank you, Mihoyo. Sometimes Llama and I will chill and watch your stream at the same time. No ways! For real? I do not have the attention span for that. I would forget that I'm sitting in a chat with other people. I would forget to speak. I would forget to speak to the other person. She's still streaming? The fuck? Yeah, bitch. Get good. No, I'm joking. Okay, we're gonna have Amber making weird noise. Never mind, abort mission. Dun 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 dun. Goodbye. I have been raided all over the show. Okay, Odat's no longer streaming. Let's see. I need to actually refresh my Twitch because someone's name is OMG Bees. Lovely. Okay, let me just refresh my Twitch because it doesn't always update who's streaming. Oh, whoops. That gave me a fright.
Excuse me.
Ah! Axel the Axolotl. Very cute name. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. I see that there's a birthday. There's a birthday girl streaming. Did we go to the birthday girl? If you don't have a raid, if you don't have raid people, I have a suggestion. Ah, Yoda! I was gonna go to Fifi because it's her birthday. I don't know. What do you guys think? We go take some love to the birthday girl. Birthday girl is trashed. Should we not go? Like in a good way or a bad way trashed? Do we not want to raid her? It's hilarious. Shall we go there? Okay. Alright, guys. Let's motherfucking go. Let's get the fuck out of here. If you don't know Miss Fifi, she's a wonderful soul. I had the pleasure of meeting her... Was it last year? Or the year before? I can't quite remember now. But, yeah, she's wonderful. And she's apparently drunk as fuck right now. She's celebrating her birthday, so we're gonna take all the love over to her. Everyone, please do take care. I will not be seeing you guys tomorrow because I have a photo shoot. But if you want to join the Discord, or if you want to see what I'm up to, I do cosplay things, and that's what I'm doing tomorrow. But yeah, take care, everyone. Have a lovely Sunday. I will see you soon. Probably Monday, to be fair. Modeling, not modeling. Cosplay. Cosplay. Anyway, yes, I will see you guys.
Bye.
Bye. Don't forget the raid message like I'm gonna do now. Bam. Bam. Bye. Bye. See you guys. Be good. Go stretch.